Chapter 1573. The heaven-devouring locust was not a species with a long lifespan, but they had the strongest reproductive ability. Almost every heaven-devouring locust could give birth to tens of thousands of offspring every year. Their level was low, but the speed of their advancement was faster than other beasts. They only needed to keep gnawing on the plants and absorbing energy to continue advancing. Among the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring locust, it was not unusual for there to be a level 11 heaven-devouring locust. They were much larger than the other heaven-devouring locust, and they directly rushed towards the few sovereign puppets that were carrying the ancient trees. Behind them were thousands of level 10 and level 9 heaven-devouring locust, and their momentum was quite turbulent. The heaven-devouring locust's attack power was not very strong, and they mainly bullied the few with numbers. They would always swarm together. Therefore, these thousands of heaven-devouring locust above the level 9 level, under the protection of the level 11 heaven-devouring locust, had already surrounded Ling Zhao's sovereign puppets. They constantly spat out an extremely sticky green liquid. This liquid was called locust fluid. In addition to its strong stickiness, it also carried a strong toxicity. Ordinary creatures that came into contact with it would soon be poisoned to the point of numbness and ulceration. Ling Zhao ordered the few sovereign puppets to immediately retreat in one direction, luring them out. This strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very effective. Many level 9 and level 10 heaven-devouring locusts died under the impact of the turbulent forces, and their numbers immediately decreased by a lot. At this time, Ling Zhao immediately sent another 10 sovereign puppets to help them kill the heaven-devouring locust in front of them first. The heaven-devouring locust that rushed out at the front was not enough to kill Ling Zhao's sovereign puppets. Their combat power was not comparable to the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, there was a natural barrier here that could be used. The heaven-devouring locust could not form a siege at all, and were destroyed by the astral winds here. The other dozen or so level 11 heaven-devouring locusts were considered strong, and their speed was relatively fast. They all rushed towards the sovereign puppets holding the ancient trees, and their eyes were all on the ancient trees. They had not eaten plants for a long time, and could not wait to devour these ancient trees. However, the strength of these supreme puppets was still quite strong, and their fire attribute was the bane of these heaven-devouring locusts. Before they could give chase, they were trapped and burned by the sea of fire that the supreme puppet had conjured together. Soon after, the 10 supremes who had just joined the battle quickly joined forces to kill them as well. They used the same trick again and attracted a lot of heaven-devouring locusts to their deaths. Ling Zhao summoned the other supreme puppets and spread them out. They all took out ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locusts out. This method was quite effective. After a few days, hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were eliminated. The number of heaven-devouring locusts that had been eliminated seemed to be quite a lot, but compared to the number of heaven-devouring locusts, it was still a drop in the bucket. It seemed like their numbers had not decreased at all. In the distance, Ling Zhao and Lu Piapiao, who had been watching all this, seemed a little dispirited. "Husband, I don't think it's a good idea to go on like this." Lu Piapiao opened her red lips and said, "What good suggestions do you have?" Ling Zhao held her slender waist and sniffed her hair. "Why don't we destroy those land spaces so that they don't even have a place to stay? By then, most of them will definitely be destroyed by the power of the turbulence here. Wouldn't it be faster to get rid of them?" Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Zhao patted his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, why didn't I think of this method? As long as dozens of them work together, it is not a problem to destroy a land space. In the end, only the land space with the 9-colored exquisite tree will be left. Then, everything will be easy." After saying that, Ling Zhao immediately summoned 50 supreme puppets and prepared to start the destruction of the land space in front of them. They did not know that they had finally caused big trouble. Dozens of supreme martial artists worked together. Their divine power was boundless, and their power was boundless. It was enough to destroy any sun, moon, and stars. The colorful power of the turbulence of space fell from the sky like meteors and blasted toward the disaster area in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. The land in front of them was instantly riddled with holes by the dozens of powerful forces. Countless heaven-devouring locusts were immediately blown into smithereens. Many turbulent forces instantly rushed towards the land. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were thrown into chaos, and they were all crushed to death by these violent forces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was too large. Eventually, many of them were spared. They rushed toward the supreme martial artists, and a lot of green liquid kept splashing out. They intended to counterattack the humans who attacked them. However, Ling Xiao ordered them not to fight with force. Instead, they quickly retreated and fought with them in the extraterritorial area. First, they would consume their numbers, and then they would attack the undead heaven-devouring locusts. The first battle was the first victory. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed. Many of them flew to other land spaces. There were also many who discovered the existence of Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao and suddenly rushed toward them. However, there were only a few hundred of them. Ling Xiao sent a few more supreme martial artist puppets to destroy them. Piapiao, your plan succeeded. You are really my good wife. As long as we destroy a few more land spaces, we will reach the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then, we can go back as soon as possible. Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and kissed her with a smile. Don't be careless. If there are advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts, then we will still be in trouble. It's better to be careful and take it step by step. Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and let all the supreme martial artist puppets return for the time being to recover their divine power before carrying out the next destruction operation. However, at this time, there was some movement in the nearby land space. Many heaven-devouring locusts kept hissing and crouched down toward the most central position. Several heaven-devouring locusts that were bigger than ordinary rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts appeared. They were the most powerful existence among the heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached advanced rank 11, and there were even 1 or 2 that had reached the peak of rank 11. They sent out signals that were difficult for other races to understand. Then, all the heaven-devouring locusts that had reached rank 10 and above gathered together. Each realm that reached the rank of rank 10 was counted in the tens of thousands. It was unknown how many creatures they had devoured to reach this rank. Naturally, the number of rank 11 realms was also very large. With a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 of them. They actually came out from the various land spaces and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao and the others. Buzz buzz. The sound of the heaven-devouring locusts reverberated endlessly, causing the power of many space turbulence to ripple. The heaven-devouring locusts that rushed out from several large land spaces were the most elite existences. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of them. Oh no, they are gathering to deal with us. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. What should we do? Why don't we withdraw from here first? Lu Piapiao responded. No, we can't go. These should be the most powerful existence of the heaven-devouring locusts. As long as they are destroyed, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shook his head firmly. But if they come together, we can't stop them. Lu Piapiao said worriedly. Don't worry, we can do it. But we should really retreat a little further. It's best to go to a place where the fire property turbulence is more concentrated. It will be more advantageous for us to fight. Ling Xiao replied. Then, he put away the illusionary mirror stone and retreated with the others to a space not far away where there was a fire property turbulence. They quietly waited for the heaven-devouring locusts to come. These heaven-devouring locusts were led by several heaven-devouring locusts. Before they reached Ling Xiao, they sprayed a powerful green liquid at him. It was almost like a green cloud covering the space, dyeing it into a large area of green ink. Ling Xiao had already summoned many of the supreme puppets. He shouted in shock, "Attack together!" These heaven-devouring locusts were not good at attacking, but they won in large numbers. The power of their attack could be said to be terrifying. It was enough to corrode the impact of many turbulence. Ling Xiao and the others attacked while retreating. They must not be touched by the poisonous green liquid. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was quick-witted and knew how to choose a natural stronghold. The fire property turbulence played a great role and destroyed most of the green liquid. Destroy them with all your strength. Ling Xiao ordered again. About 150 supreme puppets attacked together again. The terrible power of the turbulence of colorful light suddenly appeared, and many cracks in the space were blasted. Meteors of fire, sharp metal energy, hail, meteorites, all these powers exploded at the heaven-devouring locusts. After a wave of attack, thousands of heaven-devouring locusts died in an instant. But no matter how powerful their attack was, there was always a time when they would be broken through. There were already hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts in front of them, biting them. They had all reached level 11, and there were many mid-level and high-level existences. Several low-level supreme martial artists were unable to kill them all at once, and were instead devoured into their stomachs. Dragon 5th Prodigal, kill them. Ling Xiao already knew that there was no way to retreat now. The outcome of this battle depended on whether they could extract the 9-colored ring dragon tree. Dragon 5th and the Prodigal finally made their move. Dragon 5th directly transformed into his true form. His dragon body, which was thousands of meters long, glowed with a golden light. With a wave of his dragon tail, he charged at the heaven-devouring locusts, and in an instant, hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts were smashed into pieces. He spat out another mouthful of golden light, which could destroy hundreds and thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that were below level 11. His domineering power was definitely comparable to a high-level supreme martial artist. As for the Prodigal, he had already reached level 11 half a year ago. The dark purple flames on his body were the nemesis of the heaven-devouring locusts. He roared and spat out a mouthful of purple flames, which instantly formed a large sea of fire, burning the heaven-devouring locusts until they screamed in pain. Chapter 1574. The Prodigal had just reached the 11th rank. His fighting spirit was high, and he spat out mouthfuls of flames that burned in all directions. His strong fire aura and threatening flames became the bane of many heaven-devouring locusts. However, the heaven-devouring locusts were able to block the Prodigal's flames. They spat out a mouthful of green liquid and actually managed to extinguish the flames on the Prodigal's body. It even covered the flames on the Prodigal's body until they dimmed. If it wasn't for the fact that it escaped quickly, it would have been completely glued to the green liquid, unable to move. It roared a few times and hurriedly avoided these heaven-devouring locusts. Then, it burned the other heaven-devouring locusts. At this time, Lu Piapiao also began to join the battle. Her swordsmanship was elegant and agile. Many wind blades flew in all directions, and the limbs of many heaven-devouring locusts flew everywhere. Ling Xiao first ordered a few high-level supreme martial artists to deal with the heaven-devouring locusts, and then he used all his trump cards. The demonic heavenly fire bead turned into a firebird and swept towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Its lethality was no less than that of the Prodigal. The connate sinister wind bead also turned into a black storm. Like a natural disaster, it entangled many heaven-devouring locusts together, corroding and destroying them. The battle had already caused the sky and earth to darken, and it was incomparably intense. Large numbers of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed, but Ling Zhao's supreme martial artist puppets were also gradually decreasing. After all, there were too many heaven-devouring locusts. Once they got close, even a supreme martial artist divine body could be bitten to pieces. Ling Xiao finally launched an attack. He split into two and used the 9 sun sky-burning fists. Almost a single punch smashed a large number of heaven-devouring locusts. I don't believe that I can't destroy all of you disgusting things. Ling Xiao roared angrily. His combat power was raised to the extreme. He swore to destroy all of these heaven-devouring locusts. Ling Zhao's divine soul charged towards the heaven-devouring locusts. They were the leaders of these heaven-devouring locusts. Only by destroying them would the other heaven-devouring locusts not be able to form an effective attack. There were more than 10 heaven-devouring locusts here. 3 of them had reached the peak of the 11th rank, and the rest were high-level 11th rank. Even if their combat prowess wasn't that great, it was enough to give Ling Zhao's high-level sovereign puppets a headache. Ling Xiao did not fight them to the death. Instead, he pointed at the twin dragon fiendish wind. Streaks of mysterious destructive energy directly pierced through their defenses and landed on their bodies. Finally, they could no longer endure it and began to scream. They continuously tumbled in the air, trying to force the energy out. Fortunately, their green liquid could slow down the destructive power, so they didn't die immediately. One of the peak sky-devouring locusts discovered Ling Xiao's doppelganger that was hiding. It flew towards Ling Xiao, and a green liquid fell on his head. Ordinary high-level supreme martial artists might not be able to react in time, and it was very likely that they would be enveloped by the green liquid, unable to move. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat prowess was increased by 70 times. He easily dodged it, and he had already swept behind it. A foot with a fiery glow stomped heavily on its back. Ling Xiao's foot was so domineering that even if it was a heaven-devouring locust, it would still be stomped to death. Ling Xiao's foot sank into the body of the heaven-devouring locust, and a thick green liquid actually instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's foot. Many toxins wanted to invade Ling Xiao's skin and flesh. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately withdrew his foot. A wave of flames immediately expelled the green liquid, evaporating the toxins. However, he discovered that the green liquid was very difficult to deal with. Even if he used the heavenly fire to expel it, he actually couldn't get rid of it in a short period of time. At this time, the injured heaven-devouring locust turned around and bit towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a daze. His lower body was bitten, and he was almost swallowed by the heaven-devouring locust. Fortunately, his physical body was comparable to an ancient divine weapon. The heaven-devouring locust's bite was really unable to crush Ling Xiao's divine body. Die! Ling Xiao gathered power on his finger, and he pointed at the forehead of the heaven-devouring locust. The power of the double dragon wind in a short distance was terrifying, and it directly blew up the head of the heaven-devouring locust. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body had been by Lu Piapiao's side. He didn't want anything to happen to Lu Piapiao. Killing these heaven-devouring locusts with her could play a role in helping her. The more Ling Xiao and the others killed, the more unbearable they became. The heaven-devouring locusts seemed to be endless, and they flew out from many spaces one after another. It was really huge and terrifying. The number of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets had been greatly reduced. More than half of the 150 were dead or injured, and each of them had consumed a lot of divine power. Fortunately, they had killed nearly 100,000 rank 10 heaven-devouring locusts. They thought that they could get rid of them completely, but unexpectedly, there were more and more of them, as if their numbers had never decreased. Ling Xiao and the others didn't know how long they had been killing. It seemed like one day, but it also seemed like 7 days had passed. They were already numb to the eyes. At this moment, Lu Piapiao was already slightly exhausted. She exclaimed to Ling Xiao, "My husband, we can't go on like this. Let's retreat first." So many supreme puppets had died, and the heaven-devouring locusts still rushed out from various spaces, as if there was no end to them. She felt that she couldn't take it anymore. "Don't worry, I still have a big kill. Hold on a little longer, let them come a little more, and we can kill them all in one go." Ling Xiao's real body had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts with the ice and fire sword in his hand. He had already felt that there were more and more heaven-devouring locusts, and they were all existences above rank 10. They seemed to have turned out in full force. As more and more heaven-devouring locusts appeared, the number did not decrease, but increased. It had actually reached hundreds of thousands. Such a terrifying number could probably make all the forces in the world feel numb. It was no wonder that the heaven-devouring locust disaster in the heaven region could force all the human clan and beast clan to unite to deal with them. This was enough to destroy Ling Xiao and the others. If it wasn't for the prodigal and the demon heavenly fire pearl constantly burning these heaven-devouring locusts, causing them to burn as soon as they touched them, Ling Xiao and the others would not have been able to hold on until now. "Everyone, throw the ancient trees." At this moment, Ling Xiao finally began to order the final kill. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, all the remaining supreme puppets threw out all the ancient trees they had stored in their space rings at the same time. Countless ancient trees flew towards these heaven-devouring locusts. There were tens of thousands of them, and they immediately attracted the attention of these heaven-devouring locusts. They all showed greedy looks and gave up attacking Ling Xiao and the others. Instead, they pounced on these ancient trees. They were most interested in this kind of plant, which was the most important food for their lives and could help them advance and become stronger. This was why they went around looking for plants to gnaw on at all costs. Not only these powerful heaven-devouring locusts went crazy, but even the weaker heaven-devouring locusts that stayed in the space smelled the fresh smell, which made them go crazy. They had not gnawed on plants for a long time. They had been gnawing on those stones, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Buzz. Millions, tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land. The scene was so overwhelming that it made anyone's scalp tingle. Tens of thousands of ancient trees seemed to be a lot, but in front of these huge numbers of heaven-devouring locusts, it seemed extremely scarce. Therefore, many heaven-devouring locusts ignored their companions and began to fight fiercely, devouring and killing each other. The lower-level heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land space and were immediately attacked by many turbulent forces, causing most of them to be wiped out immediately. At this moment, Ling Xiao shouted again, "Everyone, come back!" Ling Xiao called out and put away all the supreme puppets. Even Lu Piapiao was kept away by him, not letting her stay outside. The innate chilling wind bead returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, while the demon heavenly fire bead and the prodigal son were left outside. The flames around Ling Xiao's body shone brightly, and his strength was raised to the extreme. He used his divine soul doppelganger to lift the obsidian cauldron, which had grown countless times in an instant. Ling Xiao's ultimate killing weapon was revealed at this moment. "Burn it for me!" Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. His divine soul doppelganger tilted the obsidian cauldron towards the heaven-devouring locusts that were crazily fighting for food. His palm slammed heavily on the bottom of the obsidian cauldron. The huge obsidian cauldron was like an apocalyptic volcano eruption, and the mouth of the cauldron spewed out an extreme purple-black flame. The purple-black flame instantly attacked the heaven-devouring locust in front of them. Just by coming into contact with the heaven-devouring locust, they were immediately burned into ashes and disappeared. Buzz. Many heaven-devouring locusts felt the danger and fled in disorder. Many of the weaker ones were killed by the other higher-level ones. In an instant, a large number of heaven-devouring locusts were burned by the purple-black flame, and most of them were killed by their companions. In the most concentrated area, there was a large sea of fire. Many rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the sparks and immediately cried out in pain. Many of them fled, implicating many heaven-devouring locusts. Looking from afar, one could only see a purplish-black fire spreading in all directions in this space with the momentum of a prairie fire. The atmosphere here instantly became extremely hot. The purple-black flame was the most original flame, and it had reached the point where there was nothing it could not burn. No matter what kind of creature approached it, it would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao had already retreated far away. He let out a light sigh and looked at this scene with satisfaction. He had planned for many years, and finally he had taken care of these heaven-devouring locusts. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were the strongest existences in this disaster zone. As long as they were killed, the other heaven-devouring locust would no longer be a threat. This is not the end of the locust plague. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. After a long time, the heaven-devouring locust in this space had either died or fled. They had completely disappeared, and only traces of purple-black flame were still burning. Chapter 1575. The heaven-devouring locust was a species that made people pale. It was a creature of disaster that could destroy all living things. Now, the heaven-devouring locust queens and the heaven-devouring locust king were burned to death by the purple-black fire, unable to harm the world. Of course, many heaven-devouring locusts were still alive in the nearby land spaces, but they felt the power of fire that made them completely afraid. They did not dare to move rashly, and they were filled with incomparable fear. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were mostly burned. Ling Xiao did not care anymore and summoned all the remaining supreme puppets. They began to descend onto the land spaces and clean up the low-level heaven-devouring locust. This time, Ling Xiao did not destroy the land space, because he wanted to find some divine items from the place where the heaven-devouring locust gathered. There would be locust eggs in the nest of the heaven-devouring locust queen, and these eggs could hatch into many heaven-devouring locusts. For those with malicious intentions, they would naturally hatch the locust eggs and use them for their own use. At that time, they could sweep the world. However, such people would not be able to raise the heaven-devouring locust in the end, and would instead be devoured by them. Ling Xiao naturally did not look for these locust eggs to hatch them, but to absorb the essence of the locust eggs. These locust eggs contain the pure wood-life essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. Each locust egg was enough to increase one's life force by a lot. Ling Xiao planned to collect all of them to help him suddenly reach the level of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao and the others swept through a land space with tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. It was difficult to find any level 11 locusts among these heaven-devouring locusts. Naturally, they could not withstand the destruction of Ling Xiao and the others. Moreover, with the prodigal son and the demonic heavenly fire pearl, the two fire sources, it was enough to burn them to ashes. Ling Xiao stepped through the nests of many heaven-devouring locusts and harvested many locust eggs, which made him ecstatic. These locust eggs were full of essence energy. Even when he borrowed them to absorb the essence, he felt unusually surging. After all, each locust egg could hatch into tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts, and contained 1/5 of the wood essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. When Ling Xiao had finished sweeping a piece of land, he still gave the order to destroy it completely. Only God knew where the heaven-devouring locust was. By destroying it and not giving the heaven-devouring locust any chance of survival, he would be doing a good deed for the world. This was to prevent these heaven-devouring locusts from doing anything disastrous in the future. After sweeping through several spaces, Ling Xiao finally approached the space where the 9-colored exquisite divine tree was located. That space was also densely packed with heaven-devouring locusts, and their numbers were 2 times more than the other land spaces. The exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand kept flashing with a 9-colored light, giving Ling Xiao a sense of urgency. "Looks like it's here," Ling Xiao said after taking a deep breath. Finally, he was close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. This meant that the wood genesis stone was close at hand. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to barge in like he did in the other spaces. There were not many heaven-devouring locusts here, and they were far away from Ling Xiao's previous position, so it was difficult to lure them out. Before this, Ling Xiao had already lost most of the purple-black fire in his cauldron. In the end, he did not get much back. If he directly brought the purple-black fire into this space, he could also eliminate these heaven-devouring locusts. However, he was afraid that doing so would also burn the 9-colored exquisite tree to death. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao let the prodigal son, the demon heavenly fire bead, and the innate wind bead rush into the land space and turn it upside down. Once the heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the heaven fire, they could start a prairie fire. First, they could exterminate the heaven-devouring locusts, and then they could drive them out to relieve the pressure on the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then, they could act according to the situation. With a plan, Ling Xiao immediately ordered them to rush into that space. Ping ping! 2 heavenly fires and a black storm were like thunder on the flat ground. In an instant, they burned and rolled up the heaven-devouring locusts in that space. Buzz buzz! Many heaven-devouring locusts were triggered, and they instantly burst into chaos. It was a complete mess. Ling Xiao and the others stayed far away from this area. They were waiting for the high-level heaven-devouring locusts to rush out and kill them. There were quite a number of rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts here. Ling Xiao and the others had gone through a great battle and lost 30 to 40 sovereign puppets before they managed to exterminate these high-level heaven-devouring locusts. The other heaven-devouring locusts were no longer a threat. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao began to enter the space-land space. Under the guidance of the exquisite leaf, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao came to a place that was still covered by many heaven-devouring locusts. There were still several heaven-devouring locusts behind them, and 2 of them were at the peak of rank 11. Below them, there were countless heaven-devouring locusts that were constantly gnawing at the place that was flashing with the 9-colored divine light. They penetrated bit by bit and entered the 9-colored divine light. However, the 9-colored divine light looked a lot dimmer, but it was full of murderous intent. Rays of divine light twisted the heaven-devouring locusts into powder. Some of the heaven-devouring locusts that were trapped inside were killed by the branches. However, the dead heaven-devouring locusts turned into a pool of sticky green liquid that fell on the 9-colored exquisite tree, causing the divine light to dim a lot. After days and nights, the 9-colored exquisite tree was covered with a thick layer of green liquid. The strong toxicity had corroded most of the branches of the 9-colored exquisite tree, causing it to lose most of its magical effect. Now, the 9-colored exquisite tree had lost a lot of its divine power. If even the last bit of defense failed, it would really be devoured by these heaven-devouring locusts. Fortunately, it had boundless divine power and could withstand the gnawing of so many heaven-devouring locusts. Piao Piao, be careful and take care of yourself. Dragon 5th and I will kill these rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. As Ling Xiao spoke, he summoned Dragon 5th. At the same time, his divine soul doppelganger also appeared and rushed towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Although Dragon 5th was not as advanced as these heaven-devouring locusts, his combat power had increased by 100 times. When he summoned the Dragon Ball, he could simply sweep them away. As for Ling Xiao's advanced divine soul, it was the same. Coupled with the Emperor Heaven Destroyer art, its lethality was even more powerful. As long as he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts in front of him, the other heaven-devouring locusts were nothing to be afraid of. Dragon 5th fought 1 against 4, while Ling Xiao's divine soul fought 1 against 3, carrying out the final attack. Before this, Ling Xiao had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts. Now it was more than enough to face them again. With his destructive move of 5 dragons as one, it was enough to kill 2 advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. The peak rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts was also seriously injured and wanted to escape. How could Ling Xiao let it go? A double dragon wind pierced through its defense and burned its body, causing it to fall completely. The other heaven-devouring locusts that surged up were all smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's fire fists. Many were even burned to death by the flames. Lu Piapiao was already killing the heaven-devouring locusts that covered the 9-color exquisite tree. They had long been forced out by Wastrel and the demon heavenly fire bead. They were no longer a threat. Under the sweep of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets, the heaven-devouring locusts in this space were gradually reduced and destroyed. With the destruction of these heaven-devouring locusts, there were no more heaven-devouring locusts at the 9-color exquisite tree. Ling Xiao threw the exquisite leaf in his hand towards the 9-color exquisite tree. Swoosh! The exquisite leaf floated onto the 9-color exquisite tree and emitted a 9-colored divine light. It established a connection with the 9-color exquisite tree. The divine lights reflected each other and bloomed with even more powerful divine colors. The jewel leaf fell back into the 9-colored exquisite tree and returned to the branch. Then, a weak figure slowly walked out from the main tree trunk. This was the tree spirit of the 9-color exquisite tree that Ling Xiao had seen in the Wood Grain clan. Human, you really have a great destiny with the Tree of God. You actually managed to exterminate these sky-devouring locusts. Ling Long is very grateful to you. Ling Long said to Ling Xiao with a grateful expression. Exquisite, you don't have to thank me. You also know why I am here. Ling Xiao replied honestly. Then, he took out some holy spring that he had obtained in the demon forest and handed it to Exquisite. Not only did this holy spring contain water element, but it also contained a large amount of wood element origin. It could help Exquisite recover more profound qi and change its current weak state. Exquisite accepted the spring water and felt the boundless wood-type essence within. She was delighted and drank it down. Many of the tree trunks behind her immediately regained their vitality, and much of the locust fluid's poison had been expelled from them. Thank you again, human. You are my lucky star in life. Exquisite expressed her gratitude again. Then, the tree behind her shook and a green stone rushed out from under the tree. Bang! The green stone wasn't very big, but it emitted a dazzling divine light and an incomparably rich vitality. This was the wood element Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had been looking forward to for a long time. Its size was much smaller than the Genesis stones that he had obtained before. However, the power it contained was very pure and vigorous. Ling Xiao sucked it in and immediately felt waves of primordial energy in his body. It made him want to break through the shackles and ascend immediately. I've finally got you, Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. Exquisite said, it wasn't originally this small. I borrowed its Genesis strength to resist these heaven-devouring locusts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Fortunately, you arrived early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for 100 years. Maybe in another 10 years or so, they would have broken through. Their reproduction ability is too fast. It's impossible to destroy them. Yes, there are still several spaces with these heaven-devouring locusts. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will be eaten by them. Have you ever thought of moving to another place to survive? Ling Xiao said. He really wanted to trick this 9-colored exquisite tree to follow him. That way, he could see through other people's intentions. Chapter 1576. However, Ling Xiao had forgotten that his thoughts had been seen through by Ling Long. Human, you might be greedy, but you're doing it for my sake. It's time for me to leave this place. Those people who have been providing for me should be under my protection. They should return to their human bodies and not walk the crooked path. Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and revealed the truth. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, Haha, I think it is good for you to return to the wood grain tribe. At least you don't have to worry about the locust plague again. Yes, you are right. I don't know how long I have stayed here. It is time for me to move and live again. This place is no longer suitable for me. Ling Long responded. Then, there was a strange movement behind him. The 9-colored exquisite tree was uprooted from its roots, and the space around it shook incessantly, emitting a deafening sound. In the end, the 9-colored exquisite tree turned into a 9-colored light and strengthened the exquisite tree spirit. There were also 2 smaller wood-type source stones in its bosom. They were the foundation for it to continue gathering the wood-type source power. Ling Xiao looked at the other 2 source stones and saw a few rays of light. He was just surprised and didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. After all, Ling Long could see through his thoughts. He couldn't be too greedy. In the past, the immortal tree used your sea of consciousness to nurture the tree spirit. Today, can you lend it to me for a while? Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I'm not a casual person, Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. The immortal tree will stay in your sea of knowledge, and you will have the divine wood body. I will stay in your sea of knowledge for a period of time, and you will have the exquisite heart. In addition, I will also bestow the exquisite qi to her, Ling Long lightly said. After saying that, Ling Long waved his hand and a flow of exquisite qi overflowed in Lu Piapiao's direction. Lu Piapiao did not understand. She was about to disperse the power when she heard Ling Xiao exclaim, Don't move. This is the exquisite qi. It's good for you. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Piapiao stopped moving and allowed the exquisite qi to enter her body. Alright, I, the Ling Xiao, am not a stingy person. Come in, you can also borrow the power of the heavenly fire to cleanse yourself of the locust poison. Ling Xiao replied happily. The exquisite heart wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. Before this, Xiao Ling was the first to obtain it. That was because she possessed the ethereal body, which was 1 in 10,000. However, he didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Now, letting Ling Long stay in his sea of consciousness and letting him obtain the Ling Long's heart seemed to be very cost-effective. It was a divine heart that could see through anyone's mind. Besides the people of the wood grain race, Not many people had such an ability. Ling Xiao opened up his sea of consciousness and allowed Ling Long to enter his sea of consciousness. As Ling Long entered his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao only felt that the stagnant power actually showed signs of loosening. Various scenes of the origin of the wood attribute flashed in his mind. He could feel that the nine-colored exquisite tree had lived in this endless extraterritorial space for millions of years. He could also feel the various scenes of the vigorous growth and the death of many wood attribute creatures. Ling Xiao suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He had a new understanding of the power of the wood attribute. The power at the peak of the low level was constantly loosening. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Lu Piapiao stepped forward and called out. Ling Xiao's thoughts were interrupted. He quickly restrained his mind and didn't dare to continue thinking because this was not the best time for him to break through. "I'm fine. Let's leave this place immediately," Ling Xiao said and summoned everyone back. Then he leaped onto the ghost with Lu Piapiao and quickly left this place. He didn't deal with the heaven-devouring locusts because he suddenly realized that there was a reason for the rise and fall of all things. Even if he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts today, new heaven-devouring locusts might be born elsewhere. No living creature would go extinct so easily, especially one that could reproduce so quickly. Anyway, he had already killed 4/5 of the heaven-devouring locusts. It wouldn't be easy for the rest of the heaven-devouring locusts to continue to reproduce and grow. Ling Xiao brought Lu Piapiao out of the disaster area and found a small space. They had discovered this space when they came. It was rare that it wasn't destroyed in the midst of many turbulences. This space wasn't big. It was only the size of a city. It was a good place to rest on the endless territory path. "Piapiao, let's set up a restriction here. You and I will cultivate in seclusion here for a while before we continue on our journey," Ling Xiao suggested. "Husband, are you going to break through?" Lu Piapiao was pleasantly surprised. When Ling Xiao was in the stormy space, he had received the feedback from the innate sinister wind bead. His power had already reached the peak realm. After a few years of heavy cultivation, his strength had increased again. Moreover, the killing in the past few years had also allowed him to use all kinds of power to the extreme. His divine soul had long been much higher than the realm of his real body. It was imperative for him to take this opportunity to break through. "Yes, I want to take this opportunity to break through to the next level. You also need to strengthen your cultivation. Only when we are strong can we do whatever we want here," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Then, a wind origin stone fell in front of Lu Piapiao. This wind origin stone was naturally obtained from Feng Qing. The origin stone could gather a lot of origin power. It could help any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert increase his power quickly. Before the origin stone was used, Ling Xiao wanted to use it to further increase his power. After taking out the wind origin stone, Ling Xiao also took out the water origin stone that he had exchanged from the Medicine Alliance and the wood origin stone that he had just obtained from the nine-colored exquisite tree. After the 3 origin stones gathered together, the origin power in the outer space immediately surged over. The speed of the wind, the torrential water, and the vitality of the wood. Lu Piapiao only needed to absorb the wind origin power. Ling Xiao wanted to use these 3 powers to break through to the intermediate master realm. Lu Piapiao watched Ling Xiao take out another water origin stone. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. Each kind of origin stone was rare in the world. Unless it was an overlord force from the antiquity time, it was impossible to have it. Now, Ling Xiao already had 3 kinds. If other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts knew about this, they would immediately send out all their forces to hunt Ling Xiao, this fat sheep. His collection was simply too abundant. It was simply unimaginable. Ling Xiao summoned the remaining 30 supreme puppets to protect him. Then he used the illusory eye mirror stone as the eye of the formation to set up a heaven-defying illusory formation. No one would be able to step into this 100,000 miles radius. Once they accidentally intruded, they would be trapped and killed inside. Ling Xiao had to be careful. This was related to his and Lu Piapiao's safety. Once they were affected, It would have a great impact on their realm foundation. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao separated and entered the state of closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao first completely relaxed his mind. Then, he once again entered the state of understanding and deducing the mysteries of the 5 elements. Every time he broke through a level, he had to deepen his understanding of the use of the power at that level. Only then could he become stronger naturally. After half a year, Ling Xiao had finally comprehended the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, he had used the purest origin power to heal all the hidden injuries left by the battles. His god body had recovered to its perfect state once again. Now, where he was sitting, there were 3 kinds of origin power of the 3 elements: the gentleness of the wind, the coolness of the water, and the gentleness of the wood. The 3 colors of gray, blue, and green seemed to gather into a thick cocoon, wrapping Ling Xiao in it. This thick energy was enough for any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert to digest for a long time. However, Ling Xiao's capacity wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. The origin power surged unceasingly and all of it went into Ling Xiao's body. This immense origin power wasn't enough for Ling Xiao to break through. He needed more energy to break through. Many purple-black divine crystals, locusts, and the fiery lotus divine core appeared. At the supreme expert realm, although it was the peak of the low level, the amount of energy he needed to take the next step was tremendous. Moreover, Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time. The energy he needed was 5 times more than the other supreme experts. He had to prepare more than enough. He couldn't afford to fail. Ling Xiao shattered all the divine items and absorbed the god power into his dantian. He refined them quickly. The purple-black divine crystal was the best among the best divine crystals that the fire origin stone had condensed in the nirvana space. It contained a tremendous amount of energy. The locust had a lot of wood essence energy. The fiery lotus divine core was a pure wood divine item that any supreme expert with the fire origin stone coveted. Of course, the god power it contained was extremely strong. In addition to these divine items, the other divine items were also things that made people's eyes go red. There were divine items of gold, ice, wind, and so on. Ling Xiao's 5-colored dantian instantly swelled up. Dots of 5-colored starlight looked misty, vast, mysterious, and holy. Many energies surged unceasingly, attacking the divine bridge. His god soul energy and these energies started to mix together. Drops of god power filled the divine bridge. In just a blink of an eye, there were several thousand drops of god power. It was still increasing, making the divine bridge soar up like a water column. The primordial power around Ling Xiao surged like the wind and clouds. The thick primordial power all entered his body, causing his power to soar at that moment. Boom! When the god power was moving toward Ling Xiao's meridians, the roaring, majestic energy had broken through the bottleneck of the peak of the low level. He had broken through to the middle level of incipient god realm without any accident. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by 5 completely different kinds of power. The shadows of the dragons roared continuously, filling the space with a noble atmosphere. Chapter 1577. In the boundless outer space, on a small piece of land surrounded by an illusory formation, 5 shadows of real dragons with different colors roared and soared into the sky. They had an imposing manner like the sky, and their majestic auras were endless. A 5-colored figure that seemed like a true dragon soared into the sky, and it instantly charged towards outer space. Numerous powerful and overbearing palm shadows, fist shadows, and leg shadows blasted out violently, and they shattered much of the turbulent space in the surroundings. Rumble! Terrifying sounds reverberated in this space. That power was really astonishing. Each of them was enough to destroy the sun, moon, and stars. In the direction of the blast, waves after waves of breathtaking energy flashed in the air. When everything calmed down, the slender and straight figure was like a mountain, giving people a feeling that he was invisible, tall, steady, and unshakable. After 5 years, Ling Xiao finally broke through to the middle-level Supreme Master realm in this land. He had become an upper-level figure among the supreme and incipient God realm experts. He was no longer an upstart who had just entered the supreme master realm. At this moment, he looked incomparably extraordinary. His aura was even more extraordinary. Each of his moves had a great momentum descending, and he had the divine might of his body movement. When he restrained his aura, he was a handsome and elegant young man. He was a reserved and charming existence. After this breakthrough, Ling Xiao was no longer as excited and crazy as before. He just had a complacent look on his face, and then he restored his calmness. His many years of experience and improvement over the years had already caused him to be even more composed and composed. His God soul had reached the middle-level high level, and his body was at the middle-level supreme master realm. In comparison, he was naturally not too excited. Congratulations, my husband, for reaching another level. Lu Piapiao walked with the wind like a fairy of the moon. She wore a faint smile on her face as she congratulated Ling Xiao. Now, with the help of the wind attribute Genesis Stone, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She had entered the middle level from the early stage, and her aura was incomparable to the past. The Genesis Stone was indeed the purest and most primitive energy stone. In just a few years, Lu Piapiao's progress was already very fast. Ling Xiao moved slightly and came to Lu Piapiao's side. He caressed the beauty and laughed, of course." After a pause, he continued, "We can return to the Blue Moon space now, lest your master and senior Feng worry. Well, we have been out for a long time. It's time to go back," Lu Piapiao said with a smile. The two of them packed up their belongings, sat on the ghost, and began their journey back. At this moment, other than the two of them, there was also Dragon Fifth, the prodigal, Xiaojin, and Muscle. They had all transformed into humans and were following behind them. Dragon Fifth had gone through many battles and absorbed a lot of metal attribute primordial energy on the domain path. He had reached the peak of intermediate stage 11 and was not far from the advanced stage. The prodigal had already reached level 11. Not long ago, Xiaojin and Muscle had used the power of the Golden Dragon Windstone to accelerate their advancement. In a short period of time, they had become level 11 holy beasts. Their strength had already surpassed many holy beasts. All of this had a lot to do with the opportunity that Ling Xiao had given them. However, with their aptitude, they could only reach the intermediate stage 11 at most. It would be an extravagant hope for them to reach the advanced stage. After all, it was not easy for their bloodline power to support them to this stage. Many mutated holy beasts had stopped at level 9 or level 10 and could not advance any further. As for the dragon horse, it was still a little weaker. However, it had already obtained the dragon blood to transform its body. Its future prospects were even higher than Xiaojin and Muscle. Along the way, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. From time to time, he would find an excuse to have sex with Lu Piapiao and enjoy the bliss of having multiple partners. During this trip, Ling Xiao had finally rescued the 9-colored exquisite tree and obtained the wood attribute primordial stone after a lot of hardships. It was definitely a worthwhile trip. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained the wind attribute primordial stone. If he were to bring this back to the clan, it would definitely be an uplifting event. As long as he obtained the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones, he would be able to complete most of the steps. Then, he would find a divine grade formation master to set up the primordial formation and activate the new vitality of the Xianling continent. Then, he would be able to rescue his elder ancestor and restore the Xianling continent to its ancient prosperity. This was indeed something to be happy about. When he passed by the winged men's territory again, Ling Xiao had the urge to set up an illusory formation to control and kill all the winged men. However, he had seen the power of the winged men. Their light attribute had an incredible effect. Perhaps, it could break his illusory formation. Moreover, the winged men had a top-notch ancient divine artifact called the Light Divine Mirror. It had an unknown and terrifying power. Just like the Golden Dragon altar of the Kim people, it was an ancient divine artifact of the winged men. Once it was used, even a peak supreme being would have to retreat. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to endure it for the time being. He had to postpone his revenge. If one of the two peak supreme beings on the Kim people's ranking list came back, he believed that he could fight with the winged men. Unfortunately, the two of them had already gone to some unknown place in the outer space. There had been no news of them for many years. It is better to rely on myself than others. It seems that it is time to use the power of the chaotic burial space to help me destroy the winged men and the demon tiger clan to obtain these two kinds of primordial stones. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Since they had killed all the pirates along the way when they came here, they didn't encounter much disturbance on their way back. They returned to the Green Moon space smoothly. Back in the Green Moon space, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were warmly received. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had a close relationship with Feng Qingyang, the alliance master of the Qingfeng alliance. Naturally, the others didn't dare to neglect them. Feng Qingyang hadn't gone out for many years. He had been accompanying his long-lost sister, as if he had endless things to say to her. "Ah, good boy. It has been less than 10 years, and you have improved by 1 level. I really don't know how you did it." Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was so powerful. He didn't know what kind of opportunity he had, or what kind of monstrous physique he had, that allowed Ling Xiao to improve so quickly. "Huh, Senior Feng, you flatter me. I'm just not used to staying put, so I wandered around. I guess I've gained something." Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Well, it seems that you have a heaven-defying opportunity. Even Piapiao has benefited from it. It's not in vain that I helped you too." With Feng Qingyang's eyesight, he could already tell that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had become cultivation partners. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, blushed. She glanced at Ling Xiao but was too embarrassed to speak. Feng Lanling said indifferently, "Since Piapiao has chosen to follow you, you can't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." She only had one disciple, and she had always treated Lu Piapiao like her own daughter. Now that Lu Piapiao had suddenly followed Ling Xiao, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao had the 9-colored exquisite tree in his sea of consciousness and a large amount of exquisite dragon qi. He could see through Feng Lanling's thoughts and understand the woman's good intentions. "Senior, don't worry. I will always treat Piapiao well. Whoever wants to hurt her will be against me. No matter who he is, I will fight him to the death." Ling Xiao said very solemnly. Lu Piapiao was his woman, and he treated his woman the best in his life. Naturally, he couldn't let others bully her. Feng Lanling's expression became better after hearing Ling Xiao's words. "By the way, Ling Xiao, what are your plans next? Have you ever thought of staying in the Blue Moon space to develop? With your title as the Supreme God of Medicine, it won't be difficult for the Alliance to give you the position of Supreme Elder. In the future, when you advance another level, the position of Deputy Chief will be yours." Feng Qingyang said temptingly. He admired Ling Xiao more and more. He thought that Ling Xiao had too many secrets and great luck that others couldn't have. If Ling Xiao could stay in the Green Wind Alliance, he could definitely make the Alliance famous and attract more supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts to join. However, Ling Xiao refused again, saying, "Senior Feng, thank you for your kindness, but I have to go back to my clan. That's my route. I don't want to develop in outer space for the time being." "It's a pity. It seems like no one can inherit Absolute Beginning's legacy," Feng Qingyang said with a regretful face. If someone knew that Ling Xiao had received a top invitation from Feng Qingyang to join the Green Wind Alliance, but Ling Xiao had directly rejected it, they would all be so jealous that they would go crazy. The Green Wind Alliance was one of the top alliances on the East Territory Road. Joining them and becoming a great superior was an extraordinary and honorable privilege. Then Ling Xiao asked Ning Qinggang about Yuan Zhantian. This time, Ning Qinggang finally brought him good news. Yuan Zhantian had once appeared in the extreme gold turbulent space, which wasn't too far from here. However, at that time, Yuan Zhantian had been chased by the Red Snake Gang and disappeared near the extreme gold turbulent space. Although the extreme gold turbulent space wasn't as terrifying as the stormy space, it was similar to the scorched stone space. It wasn't a place that ordinary supreme experts could come and go as they pleased. Extreme gold qi often appeared there. It was an invincible and terrifying energy that could cut any supreme expert's incipient god realm divine body into pieces. Yuan Zhantian had appeared in that area. It seemed like he had obtained some good fortune. Of course, it was also possible that the Red Snake Gang or other supreme experts who wanted to deal with him had forced him into a dead end. That was why he had fled there to seek refuge. After confirming the news, Ling Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to go and rescue Yuan Zhantian as soon as possible. Ning Qinggang had wanted to lend Ling Xiao a hand, but Ling Xiao had rejected him. It was better not to owe him favors. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to repay them in the future. For this mission, Ling Xiao didn't bring Lu Piaolia with him. He wanted her to stay by her master's side and have a good chat with him. After all, it wouldn't be right for him to leave so soon after returning. Moreover, he could solve all the problems by himself. After settling everything, Ling Xiao rushed to the extreme gold turbulent space at top speed. Chapter 1578. The extreme metal turbulent space wasn't too far from the Blue Moon space. It was a turbulent area that often produced metal-class divine items. That area often had metal-class turbulent flows with great lethality. Metal class was known as the sharpest power. When it reached its peak, of course, it would be terrifying. In this extreme metal turbulent space, the most dangerous thing was the extreme metal chi. Each flow of extreme metal chi wasn't weaker than an attack from a supreme expert or incipient god realm expert. Moreover, each flow of extreme metal chi carried an incomparably sharp power that could cut through ordinary ancient god weapons and divine armors. Thus, ordinary supreme experts or incipient god realm experts didn't dare to enter this place. Only those with mid-grade or higher ancient god weapons and divine armors or supreme incipient god realm experts with powerful bodies would take the risk to enter. Currently, there was a figure shuttling through this space. Occasionally, when the extreme metal turbulence appeared, it was immediately smashed away by that person's staff. When the metal pole chi dissipated, most of the scattered metal pole chi's residual energy was absorbed into his mouth to strengthen his divine power. Although this figure had a human shape, his body was covered with needle-like golden hair. Waves of dazzling god light sparkled unceasingly. He wore a golden hoop on his head, a golden staff in his hand, and a suit of golden armor. His entire body exuded a thick, evil aura. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, who had separated from Ling Xiao in the scorched stone space? Previously, after he had separated from Ling Xiao, he had brought the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to the Blue Moon space. However, Yuan Zhantian's characteristics were too obvious. The other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts of the Red Snake Gang had discovered him and started to hunt him down. Although Yuan Zhantian's god power was strong, his realm was still too low. As a result, he didn't stand a chance against so many pursuers. To protect him, the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King had stayed behind to block the pursuers. That was how Yuan Zhantian had managed to escape and hide in this extreme metal turbulent space. Yuan Zhantian's inheritance of the sacred battle ape proved that he had great luck. After falling into the extreme metal turbulence and experiencing a series of dangers, he finally had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a clump of extreme metal power that hadn't dissipated. His strength had already risen from the early low level to the middle low level sovereign realm. Furthermore, he could also cultivate and absorb the extreme metal power that surged out. After more than 10 years of hard work, his strength had already reached the peak of the low rank, and he could even develop the metal aura to attack with terrifying destructive power. Based on his individual battle prowess, only supreme martial artists who had reached the peak of the middle level or above would be able to fight him. He knew that it wasn't easy to attain the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist in the extreme metal turbulence. Moreover, he wanted to know more about Ling Xiao, so he wanted to go out and look for Ling Xiao. However, the members of the Red Snake Gang couldn't find fault with Ling Xiao, so they could only vent their anger on Yuan Zhantian. Moreover, they also wanted to snatch the inheritance of the sacred battle ape from Yuan Zhantian. There was a vice president of the Red Snake Gang who knew this evil secret art of snatching inheritances, so they were determined to get Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian had just come out of the extreme metal turbulence, and he was being chased by the members of the Red Snake Gang. He wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, and he couldn't control puppets to fight. Naturally, it was more difficult for him to fend off the encirclement of so many people. If it weren't for his strong physique and unlimited battle prowess, he might have already been captured by others. Right now, he wasn't in a good state either. There were many wounds on his body, and there were two types of extreme force that were hard to dispel entangled him, preventing him from completely recovering his divine body. One of these two types of power was the power of the origin of fire, and the other was the evil poison qi. Both were destroying his physical body. There was a hideous wound on his chest, and there was a black poison qi on his thigh. He'd been chased and injured by the two vice presidents of the Red Snake Gang, and if he hadn't exerted all his strength to the limit, he'd probably have been captured alive by them a long time ago. They had been careless and didn't want to kill Yuan Zhantian directly, which gave him the opportunity to escape. Yuan Zhantian was already familiar with the extreme metal turbulence. After avoiding many of the extreme metal qi, he sat cross-legged in a place with metal and stone. He looked extremely weak. He wanted to absorb the power of metal here and force the two powerful origin forces away, but he still couldn't do it. At this time, more than a dozen people had entered the extreme metal turbulence. These people all had awe-inspiring expressions and extraordinary auras. They were all wearing exquisite divine armors. These people were the members of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, there were two vice presidents, and one of them was a peak supreme being. There were also 4 high-level supreme beings and 8 mid-level supreme beings. These people were the top existences of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, the one riding a high-level level 11 red-scaled snake was the vice president of the Red Snake Gang, Huabei Yen. He was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he didn't look that old. He was just a middle-aged man, with a ball of origin flame floating above his palm. This kind of origin flame wasn't any weaker than the demonic demon flame that Ling Xiao currently possessed. No wonder he couldn't suppress it after it injured Yuan Zhantian. If Yuan Zhantian didn't have a monstrous body, he would have been burned to ashes. The vice president of the Red Snake Gang next to him was a middle-aged woman. She was tall and slender, and her figure was plump and voluptuous. She wore a dark green divine robe that revealed a lot of her private parts. Her skin was as pink as a teenager's, and it made the supreme being and incipient god realm experts behind her swallow their saliva. Chu Miao was a high-level supreme being. Although she was flirtatious to the bone, ordinary supreme beings didn't dare to approach her because she had another title, the Red Venomous Snake. Her entire body carried a deadly poison. If one was careless and got poisoned by her origin poison, they would end up with nothing left of their bodies. Moreover, she was the woman of the Red Snake Gang's president. Chu Zhenlu was Chu Miao's cousin. Chu Zhenlu's death had enraged her, so she came out of her seclusion to chase after Yuan Zhantian with Bailey Yen. Originally, she wanted to find Ling Xiao to vent her anger. However, the Qingfeng League had announced that Ling Xiao was a member of their Qingfeng League. Whoever dared to touch him would be an enemy of the Qingfeng League. The Red Snake Gang was warned by the people of the Qingfeng League that they were not allowed to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Red Snake Gang would be annihilated. Although the Red Snake Gang had a small reputation among the many alliances, it was still a far cry from the Qingfeng League, which had an invincible supreme being like Feng Qingyang. Therefore, they did not dare to touch Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of peace when he was rushing to the disaster zone. Do you think you can survive by escaping into the metal turbulence? How naive! Bailey Yen sneered. Big brother Bailey, you can't be careless. I'm very afraid of the extreme metal turbulence here. You have to take care of me. Min Miao's voice was like a young girl's, penetrating and seductive. Those who did not know her well would think that she had feelings for you. In fact, this was her nature. She was used to debauchery. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of her having an affair with a man. Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Let's hurry up and catch up with that kid. If we can capture him alive, we can create another battle-sacred physique. Our league will have one more valiant general in the future. Bailey Yen, who was already used to Min Miao's tone, replied indifferently. The group of them shuttled back and forth rapidly. The metal qi that surged out was dispersed by their combined strength. However, the deeper they went, the more metal qi surged out, hindering their movements and slowing them down. After all, the metal qi was too powerful. Just a touch of it would result in broken limbs. No matter how strong they were, they had to be cautious. I can already smell his aura. He is nearby. Everyone split up and attacked together. Let's destroy this place. I don't believe he won't come out. Min Miao's divine telekinesis kept scanning. She had already smelled the evil poison qi that she had left on Yuan Zhantian. As soon as she finished speaking, the others were about to attack. However, a powerful explosion suddenly exploded on the left. Boom! When the explosion rang out, there was a sudden change in the surrounding space. Streams of metal qi that were even more terrifying than before swept out. Swoosh! These streams of metal qi contained terrifying destructive power. Even a mid-grade ancient god artifact could not withstand them. Among the 14 people, a few of them had their divine bodies cut into pieces by the dense extreme metal qi. Divine blood splattered continuously, causing them to shriek in pain. They attacked in all directions, destroying all the metal qi. This caused the surrounding space to tremble continuously. "Little bastard, come out!" After Bai Lian roared, he heavily waved a strong fiery fist in one direction. A shocking explosion rang out. Many metal attribute stones were immediately turned into dust. Yuan Zhantian, who was in that direction, immediately dashed out. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he dragged his body and fled in another direction. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have the ability to fight with these people. However, before he could escape far, a wind-attributed high-level supreme martial artist blocked his path, sending a gust of wind shadow leg light towards him. Yuan Zhantian could not avoid it. He roared and the golden rod in his hand shone brightly. It enveloped the person. Yuan Zhantian was only at the peak of the low level. How could he be a match for this person? In an instant he was sent flying. Bai Lian and Min Miao rushed over immediately. Two different origin energy descended on Yuan Zhantian, wreaking havoc on his body. He struggled and roared. His body grew larger as he tried to break out of the encirclement again. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Min Miao laughed. A green net appeared in her hand and she threw it at Yuan Zhantian. In an instant, the green net expanded in size. Waves of poisonous green gas spilled out and quickly enveloped Yuan Zhantian, completely trapping him within. Chapter 1579. That green net was an ancient god weapon that Chu Miao had refined with her poisonous aura. First, Yuan Zhantian was injured. Then he was trapped by the green net. He struggled to break free, only to find that the green net was getting tighter and tighter. Streaks of blood appeared all over his body, and a considerable amount of poisonous qi seeped into his body, corroding his nerves and divine power. Yuan Zhantian's saint blood boiled. A flow of terrifying energy burst out, reaching the peak of mid-level Great Master. His body enlarged, causing the green net to swell until it almost broke. You're really tenacious. Unfortunately, it's just a last-ditch struggle. Chu Miao sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, the other incipient god realm experts attacked again, bombarding Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian was dizzy. His body was badly injured. His god power couldn't be sustained anymore. His aura plummeted. He was completely captured by the green net. Run away. Do you think you're so great just because you're a sacred battle ape? Chu Miao kicked Yuan Zhantian, her voice full of disdain. Yuan Zhantian endured the pain. His eyes were filled with hostility as he glared at Chu Miao. He really wanted to smash this woman to death. However, he knew that it was useless to do anything now. He had used all of his energy, but he still couldn't escape from their encirclement. It seemed that only death awaited him. Bring him back. When the time comes, we'll extract his inheritance and bloodline. Our Red Snake Gang will have another sacred battling ape. Bai Lian sneered. Then, they grabbed Yuan Zhantian and dashed out of the extreme gold turbulent space, returning to the Red Snake Gang's territory. Not long after they left, a figure dashed out of this space. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao, who had just arrived from the Blue Moon space. He looked around and sensed the movements in his surroundings. Then he squeezed out a drop of blood and scattered it in this space. He closed his eyes and began to sense everything that had happened here. The blood of an incipient God Realm expert had many magical uses, but ordinary people wouldn't use it often. However, Ling Xiao had to do this for Yuan Zhantian because he considered Yuan Zhantian as his own brother. Oh no, Brother Yuan is in trouble. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. After a pause, he frowned and said, "They haven't left for long. We should be able to catch up with them now." Immediately after, he rode on the ghost and transformed into a gust of wind as he chased after the Red Snake Society members. The ghost possessed a speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. Over the past few years, it had followed Ling Xiao as he roamed the outer realms and had gained a lot. Its strength had improved a lot, so its speed had naturally increased. After the Red Snake Gang captured Yuan Zhantian, they did not immediately rush back to their territory. After all, there wouldn't be too many people who would make things difficult for them on the domain path. Furthermore, their group was so powerful that not everyone would dare to stop them. Yuan Zhantian had become a prisoner. His divine power was sealed and his divine body was being ravaged by the evil poison qi. He looked extremely miserable and it was almost impossible for him to escape. At first, he struggled, but he gradually gave up. In the eyes of Bailey Yen and Chu Miao, he should have accepted his fate. However, they did not know that Yuan Zhantian and Ling Xiao had already sensed each other. He already knew that Ling Xiao was rushing over at full speed. Therefore, he stopped struggling and quietly waited for Ling Xiao to come to his rescue. At this moment, he had to admit that besides his personal combat power, Ling Xiao had an even more abnormal ability and reliance that he could not compare to. "Oh, someone seems to be chasing us?" Bailey Yen was the strongest among them. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was rushing over from afar. "Brother Bailey, maybe they are not chasing us. They might just be passing by," Chu Miao said as she raised her guard. The two incipient God Realm experts who were restraining Yuan Zhantian were already on guard. Suddenly, one or two of the holy beasts under the Supreme's mounts roared and glared in Yuan Zhantian's direction. They seemed to have discovered something. Bang bang. All of a sudden, two dragon palms appeared and smashed the heads of the two middle-level Supremes who were restraining Yuan Zhantian. They did not even have time to scream, let alone discover where the enemy was. Their deaths were really inexplicable. By the time the others realized what had happened, Yuan Zhantian, who was trapped in the green net, had already been grabbed by a dragon claw and flown away. "Who is so daring to kill a member of our Red Snake Gang?" Bailey Yen shouted in shock. A fiery fist was thrown in the direction that Yuan Zhantian was flying to. He did not seem to care about Yuan Zhantian's life at all. He still used all his strength in this punch. The power of fire was abnormally overbearing, like a huge fire snake biting out. The power of this move was something that even a high-level supreme martial artist would not be able to withstand easily. However, the speed of the person who saved Yuan Zhantian was extremely fast. The speed at which he was pulling Yuan Zhantian increased by several folds, allowing him to dodge the attack and bring Yuan Zhantian far away, disappearing without a trace. "Bastard, let's go after him." Bailey Yen was enraged that his attack had failed. He immediately roared and chased in that direction. The others did not stay idle either. They immediately burst into action and chased after him. Chu Miao, on the other hand, was much calmer. She said in a sweet voice, "Brother Bailey, don't be anxious. That person is definitely his companion. Watch me make him stay." With that, Chu Miao sneered. She formed a seal with both hands and an invisible force rippled out. Yuan Zhantian, who had already escaped far away, let out a shrill scream. His divine body was entangled and shrunk by the green net, strangling him tightly. Net marks appeared on his body and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. If the green net had shrunk a little more, he would have been strangled to death. Fortunately, he had the body of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pool of blood and died. "Brother Yuan, let me help you." The invisible man cried out in alarm. A ball of deep purple flame rose up and burned towards the green net, wanting to completely refine it. However, this green net was already a mid-grade ancient god artifact. It would not be easy to destroy it. Ling Xiaogo, "Don't worry about me," Yuan Zhantian said with a pained expression. "Impossible. You and I are brothers. How can I leave you behind? Watch me tear it apart." The invisible Ling Xiao shouted. He retracted the flame and grabbed at the green net with both hands. He ignored the poisonous qi and used all his strength to tear it apart. The green net was very flexible. Even with Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and body, which were comparable to high-grade ancient god artifacts, he could not tear it apart immediately. Fortunately, it reduced Yuan Zhantian's pain. At this time, Bailey Yen, Chu Miao, and the others had already caught up. "You can't escape. Die obediently." Bailey Yen shouted again and punched at them from a distance. This power was enough to destroy all stars and tens of thousands of miles of space. This was the divine strength of a peak supreme being. It was far beyond imagination and was not a realm that anyone could reach. At this moment, cracks appeared on the green net. It was torn apart by Ling Xiao's strong, blade-like palms. The fiery fist had already arrived. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul turned around and responded with a palm strike. Rumble! The fist and the palm collided. The divine strength collided, causing the entire area to explode. Two completely different forces flew out like brilliant fireworks. Ling Xiao did not have enough strength, but he was still able to compete with his opponent. He protected Yuan Zhantian and was sent flying far away. He was not seriously injured. When Ling Xiao's real body broke through to the mid-level Supreme Being, his spiritual soul was already at the mid-level of the high-level Supreme Being. Now that his combat strength had increased by 70 times, he could naturally fight against a peak Supreme Being. Ling Xiao used Bailey Yan's qi to pull Yuan Zhantian and escape at full speed. It was not that he was afraid of Bailey Yan, but he wanted to reunite with his real body. Only then would he have more helpers. Only then would he be able to fight with all his might. His spiritual soul doppelganger had left his real body and chased after them. "Bastard, if you have the guts, stay and fight for 3,000 rounds. Bailey Yen shouted in exasperation. He really did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Not only could he block his attack, he could also escape with others. Moreover, he could not see his opponent's figure. If he let them escape this time, once a supreme being of this level decided to take revenge, it would be impossible to guard against. It would definitely cause endless troubles in the future. Bailey Yen no longer dared to be careless. Ignoring Chu Miao and the others behind him, he increased his speed and chased after Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian. Waves of majestic energy rushed out continuously, causing explosions along the way. Many spatial turbulences were replaced by fiery fists. Although Bailey Yan's strength was at the peak, he was not of the wind attribute like Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he also possessed the storm movement technique. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape at full speed, apart from people like Feng Qingyang, there would probably be very few people who could catch up to him. After half a day, Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian finally reunited with his real body. Ling Xiao had already summoned the remaining 30-odd Supreme Being puppets and set up a formation to await Bailey Yan's arrival. Ling Xiao first fed Yuan Zhantian a divine elixir to help him recover a little. He also helped Yuan Zhantian absorb the origin flames. The evil poison qi was a little more troublesome. Fortunately, the innate chilling wind bead was able to absorb it, freeing Yuan Zhantian from the pain of being tortured. Bailey Yan shuttled out of the space. Looking at Ling Xiao and the others, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Red Snake Gang? Is the Red Snake Gang that great? How dare you hurt my brother? As you wish, I will fight with you for 3,000 rounds and cut off your head to vent my brother's hatred." Ling Xiao's spiritual soul appeared. With a cold snort, he attacked Bailey Yan. Now that Ling Xiao's spiritual soul had reached this level, he really wanted to exchange blows with an opponent of this level. Therefore, he did not want to use his spiritual soul to directly kill Bailey Yen. Chapter 1580. Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art and could use soul power to attack. He had a unique advantage. However, he had the blood of the Kim people in him and had the warlike personality of dragons. Hence, he naturally did not want to let go of an opponent who could make his blood boil. Ling Xiao's divine spirit used the dragon step and his body moved his golden palms. Golden dragons tore through the air and roared at Bailey Yen with a strong emperor's might. Bailey Yen only felt his eardrums vibrate violently, and his blood and qi churned. However, he was powerful and recovered in an instant. He also sent several fiery fists at Ling Xiao. The fiery fists were like snakes, bringing with them a scorching aura. The blazing flames could burn the sky and evaporate the sea, incinerating everything. The fists and palms collided again, and the power exploded again. This time, Ling Xiao's divine spirit was not forced back. Instead, he could fight head-on with the other party. Bailey Yen frowned, and his power rose rapidly. In an instant, he sent out 8 fists again. The 8 fists were like snakes, and the 8 fists were like the sky. The fist intent was awe-inspiring and torrential. To be able to reach such a realm, Bailey Yan's Tenbin naturally could not be compared to ordinary people. His comprehension of the fist intent was even deeper and more perfect than Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao dare to be careless? The Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's third move, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers, blasted out. Ice dragons suddenly appeared one after another. That bone-chilling power froze all those fire snakes. Humph! You want to freeze my flames with this bit of ice power? Dream on. Bailey Yen snorted coldly and concentrated his power again. The fiery snakes instantly burned and vaporized the ice dragons and ice mountains that were tens of thousands of meters long. Not only that, but these 8 fiery snakes continued to surround Ling Xiao. They revealed malevolent and sinister intentions, wanting to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was as still as a mountain. It was as if he had no fear of these 8 huge red snakes. When he saw that they were about to reach him, he spread out his hands and a spatial shackling power wrapped around the 8 red snakes. He opened his mouth and sucked in the 8 fire snakes into his stomach. Bailey Yen frowned deeply and shouted, "It seems that you also have an origin flame. This old man has truly underestimated you. However, you will still die." As soon as he finished speaking, a red-scaled snake appeared beneath his feet, and an ancient divine weapon appeared in his hand. This red-scaled snake was a descendant of the primordial era, and its bloodline was extremely pure. Being able to reach this step already proved everything. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red color, and its snake eyes were filled with traces of scarlet. Its snake tongue was constantly flicking, and its scales were flickering with bursts of flames. At that moment, Bailey Yen had already decided to go all out to kill off Ling Xiao and the others. Chu Miao and the others also rushed over at this time, and the two sides formed a stalemate. Chu Miao stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "So it's you, brat. Do you really think that you can ignore our Red Snake gang just because you have the Qingfeng Alliance to rely on?" Ever since Ling Xiao and the others killed the members of the Red Snake gang, their portraits had already been spread out, making it easier for others to capture them. Chu Zhenlu had been killed by Ling Xiao, so Chu Miao naturally remembered Ling Xiao's image clearly. If it weren't for the Qingfeng Alliance's forceful interference, she definitely wouldn't have let Ling Xiao off. If it weren't for your Red Snake gang chasing after us, we wouldn't have been forced to resist. Today, you've injured my brother, so all of you will stay here and become my puppets. Kill them." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and immediately gave the order to kill. His 30-odd sovereign puppets charged out at the same time. Ling Xiao's divine sense also found Bailey Yen again. As long as this person couldn't split himself, the others were no longer a threat. After all, there was a ghost around, and its soul power attacks could coordinate with the others to capture and kill the other party's people. The only troublesome ones were the few high-level supreme martial artists. Fortunately, there were high-level existences among Ling Xiao's puppets, so the situation was in his favor. However, although Chu Miao was a high-level supreme martial artist, her poisonous aura was extremely domineering. When she released her full strength, the corrosive power was so terrifying that ordinary people couldn't even think of getting close to her. Moreover, once they came into contact with her poisonous aura, it would be difficult for them to get rid of it. In just a few moves, a few sovereign puppets fell into her trap and immediately lost their fighting power. There were even some weaker ones who were completely corroded and died on the spot. You really have some skills. Let me test you out. Ling Xiao sneered and his real body shot toward Chu Miao. Ling Xiao's real body had reached the mid-level supreme martial artist level, but he hadn't had a good fight yet. Now, his real body and divine sense had both found the two strongest opponents and started fighting. Chu Miao was of the wood attribute. The power of her source universe suddenly appeared, and it was like a poisonous space of ghost trees. Once it enveloped the opponent, they would immediately be entangled by these tree vines, and then be completely corroded by the poisonous barrier. At the same time, she actually knew the art of seduction. There were many half-naked and graceful young girls dancing striptease, emitting waves of seduction and ecstasy. Any cultivator with a weak heart would be unable to extricate themselves, and she would have the opportunity to take advantage of them. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets were all under his orders. They only knew how to attack the enemy, and didn't have any other thoughts. They only knew how to kill mercilessly. You guys go and kill the others. Leave this woman to me. Ling Xiao's imperial dragon heaven-destroying art attacked Chu Miao's head. The golden dragon roared. The dragon's tip was like a blade, and its body was like a mountain. It pounced towards Chu Miao. Chu Miao looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes like silk. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her breasts were half exposed. She laughed like a silver bell. What a handsome young man. Do you have the heart to hurt me? The average person couldn't withstand her art of seduction, especially a handsome young man like Ling Xiao, who was even more susceptible to it. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ling Xiao. The golden dragon mercilessly smashed down. Chu Miao frowned slightly and instantly retreated. She continued to tempt him. Little brother, you're so cruel. You're actually willing to destroy a flower. You old woman, aren't you embarrassed to show off? Try seducing me when you're 18 in your next life. Ling Xiao let out a maniacal laugh and changed his style. Round after round of blazing suns came crashing down from the sky. The power of the blazing fire was unparalleled. Chu Miao's expression changed drastically. She was furious. Little bastard, I'll refine you into a poisonous person and make you my slave forever. As her delicate voice fell, many poisonous trees and poisonous barriers blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. Boom, boom. Chu Miao's strength was above Ling Xiao's, but Ling Xiao's combat power had increased by 70 times, and he was also attacking with heavenly fire. Most of her poisonous trees were burnt to a crisp. Chu Miao was shocked. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who was only a mid-level cultivator, would have such terrifying combat power. Myriad fiend poison sea. Chu Miao didn't dare to hide her strength anymore. Her delicate hands kept striking upwards, and a large area of poisonous forest and sea wrapped around Ling Xiao. These poisonous trees were Chu Miao's strongest and most terrifying existence. She had only used less than a third of her poison power against Yuan Zhantian. Otherwise, Yuan Zhantian would have been poisoned to death. Ling Xiao's heavenly fire seemed to have disintegrated. Thick purple flames appeared around him, and fire dragons burned all the poisonous trees to ashes, preventing them from getting close to him. You're just a bunch of poisonous creatures and you want to hurt me? That Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and the 9 sun sky-burning fist blasted mercilessly at Chu Miao. Countless waves of fire splashed in all directions. The 9 colored suns were like the end of the world, destroying everything in the area. Chu Miao couldn't dodge at all. Ling Xiao's attack was no less powerful than a high-level Supreme Master's, and it was even more overbearing. It restrained her poison, and she couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! Chu Miao kept retreating while defending with all her might. She hated being touched by these flames the most. Chu Miao was, after all, a high-level supreme martial artist, but she was forced to retreat by Ling Zhao's real body. It was unbelievable. The gap between different levels was huge. Even if it was an attribute that countered each other, it would be difficult to restrain an opponent of a higher level. However, Ling Zhao was able to do this, and it was really amazing. Ling Zhao's divine soul was not as relaxed as his real body. Bailey Yen was a famous figure with a considerable reputation in the domain path. Every single attack of his contained a terrifying power that could shatter the divine body of any high-rank sovereign. His high-rank flames weren't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Once they came into contact with it, it would be impossible for them to escape. His fire fist was also extraordinary, and it contained a perfect fist intent with his bare hands. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ling Zhao exchanged a few blows with him with the Nine Suns sky-burning fist, but he still vomited blood and retreated. He thought that he would be on par with Bailey Yen if he increased his battle power by 70 times. Unfortunately, he realized that there was still a huge gap between them. The gap between their levels, their divine power, and their comprehension of power were not something that could be easily compared. Fortunately, Ling Zhao possessed a speed that Bailey Yen could not compare to. His storm movement technique had already reached perfection, and he could dodge Bailey Yan's attacks with all his might. Not only that, Ling Zhao made use of his speed to attack in places that Bailey Yen would not expect. Although there was a certain gap between Ling Zhao and Bailey Yen, his strength was enough to make Bailey Yen feel threatened. Bailey Yan's divine body was in so much pain that he vomited blood. At this moment, Ling Zhao descended from the sky, and with the pressure of a mountain, a series of leg shadows stomped towards Bailey Yen. Every kick carried the power of thousands of kilograms, and there was also an intense black storm that swept towards Bailey Yen. Bailey Yen threw countless punches at Ling Zhao, and Ling Zhao was blown away. He shouted in shock, "Brat, you're quite capable to force me to this extent, but this is as far as you can go." After saying that, a fire sword ancient celestial weapon appeared in his hand. His figure suddenly changed, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Mad snake devours the sky. Countless fire snakes suddenly appeared in the sky. They danced wildly and they spat out their tongues. All of them revealed their sinister fangs as they charged towards Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao felt the terror of this move, and his expression became solemn. He knew that if he was entangled by these fire snakes, his divine body would explode. Chapter 1581. Bailey Yen used all his strength to attack. The sword light enveloped the entire area, and many red snakes danced wildly. Ling Zhao was surrounded by sword techniques. He didn't hesitate to use the seventh form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. With 3 layers of defense, he managed to block Bailey Yan's tyrannical attack. However, Ling Zhao was sent flying while vomiting blood. Many sword wounds appeared on his body, and golden blood flowed out wildly. "You actually blocked it? Good lad, take another move from me." Bailey Yen sneered in surprise and attacked Ling Zhao again. The power that burst forth from the divine sword in his hand was even greater. Sword snakes that tore through the void continued to wreak havoc in all directions. The violent power of each attack was enough to kill any high-level supreme martial artist. Facing Bailey Yen, who had already used up all his trump cards, Ling Zhao finally entered the final fight. Ling Zhao used the storm movement technique to get as far away from Bailey Yan's attack as he pushed all his power to the peak. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless true dragon. Divine lights of 5 different attributes flickered around his body. His entire person seemed incomparably noble and domineering. His disdainful aura was something that few people could compare to. Suddenly, 5 true dragons of different attributes soared and roared behind him. The golden dragon was in the middle, the fire dragon and ice dragon swayed left and right, and the wood dragon and wind dragon followed behind. All of them roared and charged forward at the same time. Wherever the 5 dragons passed, the world would be turned into nothingness. Numerous turbulences were swept away by the attacks. Countless spaces continued to collapse, and the five-colored divine light continuously emitted dazzling rays of light. The 5 true dragons collided with the fire snakes, producing intense explosions. Rumble! Boundless energy splashed out in all directions, causing the rocks to explode into dust. Those who were close to the two of them were sent flying by the shockwaves. Many of them were seriously injured and bleeding profusely. Bailey Yendu was forced to retreat by this force. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of monster is this brat? He actually cultivates 5 attributes at the same time. Bai Lian had a lot of experience, and he had seen quite a few supreme beings who cultivated 2 attributes at the same time. It was already very rare to see a supreme being who could cultivate 3 attributes at the same time. As for Ling Xiao, who did not possess the chaotic combat body, he was even more unique. After all, one had to comprehend the 5 elements to the extreme in order to reach this level. Only then would one be able to advance all the way. Many people who cultivated multiple attributes at the same time did not have much future prospects. However, there was an accident in front of them. Although Bailey Yen was shocked, he still wouldn't have stage fright. At his level of strength, there was nothing that could make him feel fear. His sword light shone brightly once again, and he continuously slashed out with terrifying killing intent that could destroy everything. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the fire snakes were wreaking havoc. Anyone, anything, would be smashed into pieces if they came close. Facing this terrifying killing intent, Ling Zhao's face carried the ancient wave realm. His palms continuously formed hand seals, and the 5 different colored true dragons burst forth once again. He put his palms together, and with a loud roar, he blasted in Bailey Yan's direction with all his strength. 5 dragons become one. These 5 mighty true dragons of different colors combined together, turning into a majestic 5-colored true dragon. Its size changed to several times larger than the original 5 dragons. The mighty dragon head, glittering golden scales, and dragon claws that were like blades all exuded a vast and boundless aura. This 5-colored true dragon instantly roared and directly charged into the sea of fire snakes, smashing them into pieces. Then, it continued to blast in Bailey Yan's direction. By the time Bailey Yan sensed it, the 5-colored true dragon was already in front of him. Its aura was so oppressive that even a peak supreme being like him was actually frightened. Break for me! Bailey Yan suppressed the fear in his heart, and all his strength was deduced to the peak. The sword light once again slashed out angrily, and many sword lights flew towards the 5-colored true dragon. However, this 5-colored true dragon was nearly tens of thousands of meters long, and its huge body contained an incomparably terrifying power. It still ignored his power and swallowed him whole. Rumble! The power that seemed to be able to destroy the world continued to explode, and everything in this part of the world was shaken into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. The people who were fighting in all directions had already fled far away. When they saw this shocking scene, their faces were covered in cold sweat. This kind of terrifying attack was definitely not something that any of them could withstand alone. Now, there were only a few people left in the Red Snake's gang, and they were all terrified. Chu Miao was also afraid of Ling Xiao. Her charm technique had no effect on him, and her evil poison chi could not even get close to Ling Xiao's physical body in the slightest. When she felt the shocking power clashing again, she knew that the other side most likely also had a peak supreme being. If Bailey Yen could not suppress the other side, she was afraid that all of them would die here. Chu Miao was not paying attention, and Ling Xiao had already closed in on her. He blasted out a series of attacks, and Chu Miao kept spitting out blood. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't wearing a defensive armor, Ling Xiao would have killed her already. At this time, the tremors on the other side finally subsided. A figure quickly shot towards Chu Miao. A giant claw suddenly appeared and grabbed Chu Miao. Run! Chu Miao cried out in alarm. This person was Bailey Yen. He had actually pulled Chu Miao away. The red-scaled snake that was fighting with Dragon Fifth also broke free and was kept by Bailey Yen. In the blink of an eye, it had already escaped millions of miles away. As for the other high-level supreme beings, they also broke free from their opponents. They did not dare to continue fighting and fled as fast as they could. But in the end, most of them were still left behind, and only 2 high-level supreme beings managed to escape. Ling Zhao's divine spirit clone had already used up all of its power, and his entire body was extremely weak. There were also many sword wounds left on his body, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Fortunately, I scared that guy away. Ling Zhao's divine spirit laughed bitterly, and turned into soul power that entered the sea of consciousness of the real body. When the soul power returned, Ling Zhao's face also became much paler. His divine spirit had indeed used up too much. He had no choice but to immediately take out the ghost spirit grass and consume it to recover the injuries to his divine spirit. At the same time, he absorbed all the remaining divine spirits that had been killed in this world so that he could recover to his peak as soon as possible. "Brother Yuan, let's leave this place first," Ling Xiao said, and quickly left this place with Yuan Zhantian, returning to the Blue Moon space for the time being. Bailey Yen, who had already escaped far away, stopped. Chu Miao was still in shock as she asked, "Big Brother Bailey, is the other party really that powerful?" Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Yan's divine body instantly exploded, and the divine blood splattered all over her body, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft cry. "Big Brother Bailey, how are you?" Chu Miao cried out in alarm. Bailey Yan did not reply, and with great difficulty he reassembled his divine body. He immediately took out many divine items from his spatial ring and swallowed them, recovering his injuries and some divine power. After a while, he said with a pale face, "That little bastard is too strong. I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient divine skill. Moreover, it's a skill that cultivates 5 elements at the same time. No wonder even I can't suppress him. It seems like we've suffered a double loss this time." The power of that attack just now was too terrifying. Even a peak sovereign like him had suffered heavy injuries, so he had no choice but to flee decisively. He was afraid that the other party still had the strength to attack, and if that happened, he wouldn't be able to block it. He's really that powerful. Chu Miao said with a look of disbelief. She understood how powerful Bailey Yen was, and if even he wasn't a match for the other party, they indeed had no chance of winning. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have any advantage at all. It seems that we have to admit defeat this time. Even if we ask the other members of the Red Snake Society to take action, I'm afraid that it will only anger the Cyan Wind Alliance, so it's not worth it. Bailey Yen sighed softly. What else could Chu Miao say? She also knew how powerful the Cyan Wind Alliance was. For the sake of the overall situation of the Red Snake Society, it was even more impossible for them to take revenge. "Let's go, I didn't expect such a monster to appear. If he's a little more powerful, I'm afraid that he'll be comparable to Feng Qing. No, I know who that kid is. He must be that person's descendant. No wonder he's so powerful." Bailey Yen said, then suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Descendant of what person?" Chu Miao asked in confusion. "The Ling Ba King, Ling Taichu, who founded the Cyan Wind Alliance with Feng Qingyang." Bailey Yan's old eyes flashed with some fear. "It's actually him. Hasn't he disappeared for many years?" Chu Miao's expression changed slightly as she said, "Yes, he's disappeared for many years, but that doesn't mean that he's dead. Maybe he's just returned to his homeland. Let's go, let's forget about this matter. That person is even more overbearing than Feng Qingyang. Whoever provokes him can only die." Bailey Yen said with a wry smile. He then summoned the red scale snake and sat on it. Together with Chu Miao, they left the place and returned to the base of the Red Snake Gang. In another direction, Ling Xiao brought Yuan Zhantian with him and rushed back to the Blue Moon space at full speed. Lu Piapiao was relieved to see Ling Xiao return safely. Ling Xiao ordered Lu Piapiao to arrange a place for Yuan Zhantian to recover from his injuries. He also needed to recover before talking to Yuan Zhantian. At the same time, he also asked Lu Piapiao to ask Feng Qingyang for the 3 supreme celestial materials of metal, fire, and ice. He planned to upgrade the Golden Dragon Spear and the ice and fire swords immediately after he recovered from his injuries. This was so that he wouldn't be unable to use the power of the divine weapons in battle and wouldn't be able to exert a stronger advantage. He didn't have many weapons refining materials in his collection. He had taken some from those supreme celestial puppets, but he needed rarer and higher-grade materials. He believed that Feng Qingyang would not be stingy to give him some. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally recovered to his peak state. Lu Piapiao had also obtained some rare weapons refining materials from Feng Qingyang. He didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he took the opportunity to use these materials to upgrade his 2 divine weapons. This time, I'll try using my spirit to see if I can upgrade them to a higher grade. Ling Xiao murmured and entered the refining state. Chapter 1582. Inside the seclusion room, Ling Xiao refined the divine materials one by one. These divine materials were extremely hard, and every one of them was a material that had to be added into the ancient divine equipment. It was not something that ordinary people could casually refine. Even though Ling Xiao used his own heavenly fire to burn them, it took him a total of 49 days to refine all of them. The golden dragon spear and the ice and fire swords had a connection with Ling Xiao, and they had the ability to evolve on their own. When these materials were refined by Ling Xiao dripped his blood essence onto them, and they immediately resonated with him. Soon, they absorbed the materials into their bodies and evolved on their own, transforming into new shapes. This time, Ling Xiao used the blood essence of the divine spirit to reforge them, hoping that they could become high-grade ancient divine equipment in one fell swoop. That way, the power they could unleash would naturally be much stronger. However, when they were completely formed, Ling Xiao was disappointed. The blood essence of the divine spirit was not the blood essence of the divine spirit, after all. It could only elevate them to the peak of mid-grade ancient divine equipment and not to the high-grade. Fortunately, they were much more compatible with Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao's left and right arms. With just a thought from Ling Xiao, they could attack as he wanted. Fortunately, their artifact souls have grown a lot stronger. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 artifact souls that had appeared and said with satisfaction, if others knew that Ling Xiao could elevate them to this level, they would definitely be amazed. Anyone who could continuously elevate their own weapon was definitely something to be excited about. That way, they could multiply their attack power, and it was not something that other weapons of the same grade could compare to. How many people wanted to cultivate a divine equipment that could become one with them but could not? When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, Yuan Zhantian had already rested and reorganized himself. His entire aura was filled with even more unwillingness and hostility than before. Sooner or later, I will destroy them, Yuan Zhantian said coldly to Ling Xiao. Being captured was a great humiliation to him. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. All right, then I'll leave them for you to deal with. However, put this matter aside for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've progressed further. Ling Xiao respected Yuan Zhantian's decision. Don't worry, I know what to do. I intend to continue adventuring outside. Before I step into the higher levels, I will definitely not cause them any trouble. For now, I will spare their lives. Yuan Zhantian said solemnly. That's right. Previously, in the extreme metal turbulent space, Yuan Zhantian had obtained an opportunity to improve and even refine the extreme metal qi. Hence, he wanted to venture into more dangerous places to speed up his improvement. This path was naturally extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Since ancient times, countless people had sacrificed their lives for the sake of raising their cultivation. However, Ling Xiao agreed with Yuan Zhantian's decision. That was because he knew that Yuan Zhantian, like him, was a person with a great aura. He would not fall so easily. Yuan Zhantian informed Ling Xiao and left the Blue Moon space alone. Ling Xiao knew that the day Yuan Zhantian returned would be the day he massacred the Red Snake Gang. Seems like it's time for me to go back and report. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and went to find Lu Piapiao. After talking with Lu Piapiao for a while, he went to bid farewell to Feng Qingyang, Ning Qingang, and the others. This time, he would be out for a long time. In order not to worry his people in the heaven domain, Ling Xiao planned to go back first and hand over the 2 Genesis stones he had obtained to his tribe. Then, he would plan to deal with the Winged Men tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe to take their Genesis stones. Before leaving, Ling Xiao had traded a lot of supreme divine materials in the Cyan Wind League. After he returned to the heaven area, he would help the Heavenly Dragon sect and the Heavenly Dragon sect to raise more incipient God realm experts. That way, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate would have enough support to deal with any changes in the future. Before leaving, Lu Piapiao did not go with Ling Xiao. Instead, she stayed in the Blue Moon space to become stronger. It was not that she did not want to go with Ling Xiao. It was because she knew that Ling Xiao would make a big move in the near future. She hoped that she could become stronger quickly to help him. Ling Xiao was eager to go back. He rode his ghost and rushed back to the heaven domain at full speed. Ling Xiao didn't know that when he returned to the Qingyu realm, the Qingyu realm was in chaos. Because his identity as the successor of the Soul Clan had been exposed by the Dark Shadow Clan. The Soul Clan was one of the ancient clans. They were infamous. They had offended many ancient clans. In the end, they were annihilated by the alliance of the other clans. The battle of annihilating the Soul Clan had been passed down to this day. Within the heaven domain, many people didn't understand the Soul race at all. However, they felt that since the Soul race had been exterminated by the ancient clans, then the Soul race must be an unpardonable evil race. They imagined them to be the evilest race, and there was already hatred in their hearts. Thus, when the Dark Shadow Clan revealed that the first master alchemist of the Dragon Gate was the successor of the Soul Clan, the other clans condemned him. After that, there were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and some ignorant people who stirred up a commotion. It created a wave of condemning Ling Xiao in the heaven domain. When the Kim people and the Dragon Gate received the news, they immediately felt pressured. Their hearts started to waver. Many of the external businesses of the Dragon Gate were attacked by some unknown forces. At first, they chose to suppress and kill them directly. They showed the strong foundation of the Overlord forces and suppressed many of them. However, this caused many rumors. It was said that the Dragon Gate had a large number of descendants of the Soul Clan. They were protected by the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. After this rumor spread, the entire realm of heaven was in an uproar. Many ancient clans and forces that had conflicts with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate were ready to take action. They wanted to form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The most radical ones were the Dark Shadow Clan, the Winged Men Clan, the Sword Cleansing Manor, and the Divine Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon region, the Demon Tiger Clan and the Evil Blood Cult in the Sky Sparrow region, the Ice Blade Alliance and the River Chart sect in the Mysterious Sky region. These forces were famous existences in the big regions. Naturally, many people responded to their calls. They forced the Kim people to hand over Ling Xiao and all the members of the Soul Clan. They were ready to exterminate the remnants of the evil. They thought that with their calls, they would be able to make the big forces in the heaven domain join their ranks. They would form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, some things were beyond their expectations. This was because while they opposed it, there was a wave of support from different people. The supporters said that the Kim people were jealous of the inheritance that Ling Xiao had obtained. They were jealous that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's inheritance. They wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. They wanted to seize the foundation of the other party. Their hearts were sinister and extremely vicious. If this wave of support was said by ordinary people or by the people of the Kim people themselves, perhaps no one would respond. However, these words came from the overlord forces of the heaven domain. This caused even more people in the heaven domain to make a fuss about it. The representatives of the forces that supported Ling Xiao, the Kim people, and the Dragon Gate were mainly the Medicine Alliance of the Tianyuan region. There were also the Yen Clan, the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Barbarian Race, the Gu Clan, the Black Tortoise Gate, the Lotus Cult, the Shao Clan, the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the Sun and Moon Sect. These supporting forces were not the slightest bit inferior to the opposing forces. In fact, The name of the Medicine Alliance had even suppressed the opposing forces to the point that their voices were much weaker. With the public support of these forces, the pressure on the Kim people and the Dragon Gate was greatly reduced. No one dared to easily attack the businesses of the Dragon Gate. Even so, an undercurrent had already begun to quietly sweep through the heavenly domain. Vaguely, there was an unknown force secretly plotting against the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate had been developing rapidly in recent years. Not only had the internal strife ended, but Ling Xiao had also become the supreme alchemy god. Everything in the sect was harmonious, and everyone's strength was rapidly improving. However, because of the recent lack of rumors, the hearts of the people here were wavering. Many people hoped that Ling Xiao could appear to break these rumors and calm the people's hearts. However, more people hoped to fight for justice. This was because Ling Xiao was the only supreme alchemy god in the Dragon Gate and the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region. Someone wanted to break his inheritance and the luck of the Dragon Gate. Therefore, they absolutely would not bow down to those opposing forces. If anyone dared to offend them, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. In the Kim people's territory, it was much quieter than the outside of the Dragon Gate. The Kim people were the High Human clan. With the protection of the Golden Dragon, they could be said to be fearless. If anyone wanted to attack the dragon-gazing mountain range, they absolutely had the confidence and courage to compete with any force. The Golden Dragon did not appear, but it did not mean that they would tolerate others bullying them. In the Kim people's conference hall, many supreme elders of the Kim people gathered to discuss how to solve the current situation. They all felt that a storm was coming, so they must be prepared as soon as possible. Patriarch Ling Bo was the first to speak. Xiao Er's safety concerns the future of our clan. We must not allow anything to happen to him. No matter where his inheritance came from, he is a member of the Kim people. Whoever wants to kill him, we will destroy them. Grand Elder Lingxiu also stood up and said, "Yes, without Xiao, our clan cannot have more than a dozen supreme elders. He has his own fortune, but he is being targeted by outsiders. This is a provocation to our clan. I hope that all the elders will work together to protect Xiao and everyone around him." The Kim people were famous for their unity. Since the Patriarch and Grand Elder had spoken, the others also expressed their support for their decision. There were even a few elders who had been in seclusion for many years who came out to support the people. One of them had reached the peak of the Supreme Alchemy God stage. Although he was not on the sovereign list, his cultivation was unfathomable. He was an old, undying existence among the Kim people and was someone from the same generation as Ling Taichu. Chapter 1583. In the Antiquity time, Demon Soul City was a city directly under the Soul City. After the Soul Clan was destroyed, this city became the main territory of the Dark Shadow Clan. After that, the Dark Shadow Clan had rested and gathered all their properties. All the warriors returned to their clan to cultivate and strengthen themselves. Only Demon Soul City was left as their base in the outer world. Today, Demon Soul City had started to seal the city to prevent the residents from entering or leaving. It was a complete lockdown. The City Lord's mansion was even more heavily guarded, and there were extremely powerful energy ripples coming from it. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it at all. In the main hall of the City Master's palace, there were more than 10 experts with reserved auras. If a supreme expert came here, he would see more than 10 people sitting in the hall. All of them were at the incipient god realm. Moreover, they were the elders representing the super forces in the heaven territory. If Ling Xiao were here, he would recognize the peak of the supreme expert sitting in the main seat. Surprisingly, it was Shadow Horse, the one he had fought with in outer space. After Shadow Horse had succeeded, these four brothers had been wandering for many years in outer space. They had been searching for many divine materials that could improve their fellows faster. When they were about to return, they met Ling Xiao. They wanted to take Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao and his puppets had killed them. Of the four brothers, only Shadow Horse could run away alone. He had returned to the heaven territory. After he had returned to his ancestral land, he knew that the one who had killed his 3 brothers was the one who had a grudge against his clan. Shadow Horse immediately knew all about Ling Xiao. He also knew that Ling Xiao was one of Kim people's men. He was also the only alchemy god in the Heaven Dragon territory. Although Shadow Horse was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to take revenge for his 3 dead brothers. Thus, he had come personally to persuade the big forces. He had notified the ancient clans that used to have a grudge against the Soul clan. He had created many rumors to pressure Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with many powerful forces in the Heaven territory. He had supported him, which hindered his plan. Right now, he had some fear in his heart, but he couldn't just let it go like this. Therefore, he gathered the representatives of many forces and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Guys, our Dark Shadow clan is going to use all of our forces to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. What do you think? Ingma looked at the representatives of the other forces sitting on his left and right. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, everyone revealed a somewhat moved expression. However, there were a few who seemed to be very interested. It seemed like they had some grudges with the Kim people. It's a good idea, but everyone knows that the dragon-gazing mountain range is where the Kim people live. Even if all of us go all out, we may not be able to break through that place. A supreme martial artist representative of the Devil Tiger sect replied with a sneer. This person was only a middle-level supreme being, but he was seated at the lowest position. This showed that the status of the Devil Tiger sect was higher than the other powers. It was common knowledge that the Kim people had the protection of the Golden Dragon. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the others became a little ugly. The supreme martial artist representative of the Sword Cleansing Manor raised his eyes and said, "This matter is very important. Unless we all go all out to destroy them, it will be our end. I reserve my opinion for now. Does your Sword Cleansing Manor also want to be the number 2 in the Heavenly Dragon area? We, the Beast People clan, are willing to fight with the Kim people. We will take the Dragon Pearl and suck the dragon blood." A supreme martial artist of the Beast People clan said in a buzzing voice. The murderous aura around him was awe-inspiring, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. A supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect said in a sinister voice, "Hee, if we really attack, it will not be easy to destroy the Kim people. They also have allies, but it should be possible to stop them from entering and leaving the outer territory." He paused for a moment and said, "However, we and the Kim people have not reached the point of death yet. What benefits will we get from helping the Dark Shadow clan? If there are no benefits, the Evil Blood sect will withdraw." The words of the supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect touched the bottom of these people's hearts. No one would do anything without benefits. If there were not enough benefits, no one would want to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. I, Ingma, have been in the outer territory for many years. I have almost traveled all 4 territory roads. There are indeed some materials here. If you like them, as long as you are willing to help the Dark Shadow clan, we will naturally not treat you badly. After saying that, Ingma took out some of the rare supreme divine materials that he had collected in the outer territory for many years and showed them to the people present. For a moment, all kinds of medicinal fragrances filled the air, and the divine materials flashed with different divine lights. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. In the end, most of the people here decided to help the Dark Shadow clan kill the Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate. A few families retreated. Although they wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate, they chose to kill them one by one in the end to reduce the number of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's supreme martial artists. When the number of the supreme martial artists was reduced, it would be much easier to exterminate the entire clan. After this conspiracy was over, there were more than 40 guests outside the 9 Heavens territory of the dragon-gazing mountain range. These people were led by Ingma and other supreme martial artists at the incipient god realm of the super forces. They were waiting for the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's incipient god realm. Fortunately, the Kim people had raised their vigilance and tried their best not to go out. However, Some of the Kim people's supreme martial artists who had just returned from the outer territory didn't know about this. Some of them had been killed by these people. When the Kim people suddenly found that some supreme martial artists had fallen and their jade tubes of life had disappeared, it immediately attracted their attention and vigilance. However, they still didn't expect that the enemy was in the outer territory above them, quietly waiting for them to appear. The Kim people's Ling Fei had finally entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists with the help of the supreme divine elixir. However, unlike Ling Chen, he had reached the peak of the low-level supreme martial artist in one fell swoop. Instead, he had barely broken through to the low level. His realm wasn't stable yet. Even so, Ling Fei was extremely excited. He only felt that he was the only one in the world. No matter what kind of opponent he encountered, he had the power to fight. Thus, he called his big brother, Ling Chen, and prepared to go to the outer territory to learn from each other. He wanted to see which level his fighting capacity had reached. Ling Chen had also cultivated for many years. He wanted to reach the peak of the low level as soon as possible and break through to the middle level. However, this step wasn't so easy to take. Recently, the outside world was in an uproar because of the fact that Ling Xiao was the successor of the Soul Clan. He couldn't cultivate in peace. Thus, he agreed to Ling Fei's request to go to the outer territory to fight and learn from each other. Before they left, the founding elder of the clan knew about it. He reminded them not to go too far as it was a troubled time. The two of them naturally agreed, and then they charged towards outer space. Haha, I can finally break the 9 skies and enter the outer territory. Ling Fei shouted happily after he had broken through the 9 skies. Ling Fei had entered the half-incipient god realm earlier than Ling Qin. However, he had entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists many years later than Ling Qin. One reason was that he had given the supreme divine elixir Ling Xiao had given him to Ling Qin. Later on, he had received another one from Ling Xiao. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to cultivate the half-incipient god realm to the peak before breaking through with the help of the pellet. All along, Ling Chen was above Ling Fei in all aspects. It was just that his realm had stagnated after being the sect master for many years. If Ling Fei wanted to catch up with Ling Chen, he needed to work harder. Brother, come on. You've just broken through, so your realm isn't stable yet. After this battle with me, you will gain a lot. Ling Chen said to Ling Fei. All right, big brother. Take it. Ling Fei's fighting spirit rose. After a shout, he turned into a gold flood dragon, storming towards Ling Chen. Golden Dragon Fist, each punch carried the immense dragon power, which was the ancient god technique created by the ancestors of the Kim people. Ling Fei's fists pounded on Ling Chen without mercy. Ling Chen sneered, urging 60% of his competence to attack Ling Fei. Their fists collided. Each of their attacks was like 2 dragon kings who were about to turn into dragons tearing each other. Metal energy currents splashed everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In this battle, Ling Fei had increased his combat power by more than 30 times, and he was fighting to his heart's content. While they were fighting, a few people quietly walked out from the darkness. Hee hee, 2 golden dogs have come. It seems like they're fighting each other here. It's really enjoyable. It's like they're fighting dogs. Brother Xiong's words are too much. They're fighting dragons, right? Look at those 2 golden dragons. They're quite beautiful. How can you say they're fighting dogs? Not to mention, dogs can also turn into dragons one day. Maybe they're in the process of transforming. After waiting for so long, we've only killed a few golden dogs. These 2 are still too weak. Let's have some fun. These people mocked and ridiculed unscrupulously, not even bothering to hide their whereabouts. Who is it? Do you want to die? When Ling Chen and Ling Fei heard those voices, they shouted angrily. Anyone who heard such insults wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, these 2 were important figures in the Kim people's circle. They had never been mocked like this before. For people walked out of the darkness. They were all at the incipient god realm at the supreme realm. They had restrained their auras and sneered disdainfully. They looked at Ling Chen and Ling Fei as if they were already dead. Among these 4 people, 2 were mid-level supreme experts and the other 2 were low-level supreme experts. They were Ying Jun of the Dark Shadow clan, Wu Gu of the Evil Blood cult, Xiong Dugong of the Bear tribe, and Ba Te Ri of the Divine Axe gang. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the space around them was immediately sealed off by the power of space. Apparently, they didn't want to let Ling Chen and Ling Fei escape. "Who are you guys?" Ling Chen hissed and then sent a message to Ling Fei. "They don't come with good intentions. If you have a chance, you should run back to your clan to save them. I'll hold them back." "Why are you talking to them?" Let's kill them." Ling Fei had just broken through to incipient god realm, so his fighting will was as high as the sky. The battle with Ling Chen just now had benefited him greatly. Now that there were enemies who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he wanted to have a good fight. He ignored Ling Chen's words and unleashed all of his explosive force, charging towards one of them. Chapter 1584. Ling Fei's figure was like a dragon, and his golden fists were vast. His battle prowess had increased by more than 30 times, and it was not a problem for him to fight against a mid-level low-level expert. A golden dragon roared and smashed towards Bart Ri of the Godly Axe gang. "Humph, a newly advanced sovereign dares to act fierce in front of me." Bart Ri snorted coldly. The aura around him suddenly condensed, and a vacuum of gravity rippled out. The gravity was tens of thousands of times stronger, and the nearby turbulence and astral winds became extremely slow. Gravity field. Ling Fei's figure suddenly sank, and he could not help but exclaim, "It's good that you know, die." Bart Ri laughed sinisterly, and suddenly attacked. In the void, a giant fist composed of tens of thousands of rocks smashed towards Ling Chen. "Brother, be careful." Ling Chen shouted, and his battle prowess erupted, shooting in the direction of Ling Fei. However, one person stepped in front of him and said, "Golden Dog, your opponent is me." This person was Xiong Dugong, and he was extremely tall and broad. He held a divine steel hammer in his hand, and a domineering aura pervaded the air. "Get out of my way." Ling Chen knew the seriousness of the situation, and he gathered all his battle prowess into a fist, and the image of a dragon roared and tore out. Several dragons tore apart heaven and earth, wreaking havoc in all directions, and many spaces collapsed and fell. This move of Ling Chen's was already comparable to a mid-level sovereign. However, Xiong Dugong did not have any fear, because he was at the same level as Ling Chen, and had also reached the peak of the low level. Moreover, he had the extraordinary strength of Tenbin, and he suddenly swung the divine steel hammer in his hand. Bang bang! This hammer strike was like a meteor shower, forcefully smashing the Flood Dragon King into smithereens. Xiong Dugong's hammer force broke Ling Chen's move, but he was very dissatisfied. "You can actually fight against my hammer." "Very good, Golden Dog's battle prowess is indeed strong, and it will be interesting to play like this." Xiong Dugong's voice was like a bear's roar, and his hammer smashed towards Ling Chen like a meteor. Ling Chen's fighting spirit was at its peak. He roared towards the sky and attacked like the wind and thunder. The powerful dragon fist released many dazzling golden lights. Rumble, rumble! Ling Fei against Bart Ri and Ling Chen against Xiong Dugong caused the entire world to tremble, and many divine lights constantly splashed in all directions. Ying Fu and Wu Gu, who were watching the battle, had reckless expressions, and had no intention of intervening. "Brother Wu, how long do you think these 2 golden dogs can last?" Ying Fu sneered as he looked at Wu Gu. Wu Gu fiddled with a bone weapon in his hand. His entire body was covered in a thick blood aura. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "These 2 golden dogs aren't ordinary. I'm afraid we'll need to intervene to take them down." Wu Gu played with a bone tool in his hand, and his body was covered in thick blood qi. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "These 2 golden dogs are not ordinary. I'm afraid we will need to intervene to take them down." Ying Fu said, "Golden Dog's ancient emperor divine art is indeed one of the ancient divine arts. If you use your Evil Blood Church's blood transfer technique, you might be able to create a few juniors with golden blood." Ying Fu suggested. Ying Fu felt goosebumps all over his body. He knew that the evil blood sect had all sorts of evil secret techniques that made people feel disgusted. Even the devil tiger sect was a little afraid of them. From this, it could be seen how evil they were in the sky tiger domain. Ying Fu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the evil blood church had many evil secret techniques, and was much more powerful than Ling Fei. Even the devil tiger sect was somewhat inferior to them. After all, Ba Te Ri was already at the peak of the low level and was much stronger than Ling Fei. Even if Ling Fei used his full strength, he would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Ling Chen's ancient emperor divine art had increased his strength by nearly 40 times, and even Ling Fei's divine steel hammer was unable to deal with him. Unfortunately, Ling Chen's ancient emperor divine art had increased his strength by nearly 40 times, and even his divine steel hammer was destroyed. Secret technique, vast and mighty emperor's aura. This was an ancient secret technique that could produce a rippling emperor's aura, causing the opponent to feel as if they were facing their king, causing them to feel fear from the bottom of their heart. It could suppress the opponent's movements for a short period of time, giving him an opportunity to attack. Xiong Dugong was suppressed by Ling Chen's secret technique, making him feel as if he had encountered the bear emperor, causing his body and mind to panic, and an impulse to kneel down and worship him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Chen erupted with all his strength, and the golden dragon fist mercilessly enveloped Xiong Dugong. This golden dog does have some ability, but don't even think about killing my clan's ally. Ying Fu had been paying attention to the battle between the two sides. Suddenly seeing that Xiong Dugong was about to be killed by Ling Chen, he immediately spoke, and his figure disappeared into the void, rushing towards Ling Chen to kill. Just as Ling Chen's golden fist was about to land on Xiong Dugong's head, Ying Fu's sneak attack had already arrived behind him. Ling Chen's hair stood on end, and he immediately gave up his attack on Xiong Dugong. His body quickly sank and luckily escaped this fatal blow, but a long wound appeared on his back. Without thinking, Ling Chen immediately turned around and blasted out several punches, each punch carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. In addition, a golden dragon king appeared beside him. This was a flood dragon that was infinitely close to the true dragon image, appearing extremely powerful. Golden light splashed in all directions, and the dragon's mouth spat out a mouthful of golden light towards Ying Fu. This golden dragon king was Ling Chen's holy beast protector, and was already a low-level 11th order existence. You haven't transformed into a true dragon yet, so don't even think about threatening me. Today, let's have a dragon-slaying feast. Ying Fu sneered, and the divine sword in his hand transformed into a long beam of light that slashed towards the golden dragon king. Many wind blades flew back and forth, their power extremely terrifying. The golden dragon king's combat power was extraordinary, and although it could not increase its combat power by 100 times like a true dragon, it could still increase its combat power by 30 or 40 times without a problem. It used its powerful body to continuously sweep away these blades, but its dragon scales were constantly being slashed by these blades, and its golden blood was constantly flowing out. The gap between levels was always a huge chasm, and it was still too difficult for it to fight above its level. Ling Chen originally wanted to fight together with it, but he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and rushing towards Ling Fei. Saving Ling Fei was his top priority. Dark Shadow Clan, Beastmen Clan, Divine Axe Gang, you're really good. You actually dared to kill us. In the future, I'll definitely destroy all of you. Ling Chen swore in his heart. At this time, Ling Fei was being suppressed by battery, and his divine body had been seriously injured. If this continued, even if Ling Fei did not die, he would never be able to advance again in the future. Just as Ling Chen was about to reach them, the evil blood temple's Wu Gu finally moved. The bone weapon in his hand flew out, directly piercing through the sky, and shot towards Ling Chen's back. This bone weapon was like a meteor, extremely fast, and impossible to defend against. Before Ling Chen could react, he felt a stabbing pain in his back, and his divine body was directly pierced by the bone weapon. Nourish my treasure. Wu Gu sneered, his palms forming various gestures, and the bone weapon moved along with his palms, once again returning to stab at Ling Chen. This was definitely the realm of one with a weapon. Ling Chen hurriedly parried while recovering his divine body, but the bone weapon had reached the mid-level, and he was unable to deal with it. Ha, Golden Dog is only SOS. Aren't you all famous? Today I, Wu Gu, will properly beat up your dogs and drink your dog blood. Wu Gu revealed a bloodthirsty expression as he laughed wildly. He was the most powerful existence among the four, at the peak of the mid-level, and cultivating an evil art. Ordinary supremes were not his match. He continued to control the bone weapon to stab Ling Chen, his face full of wantonness. Bastard, I'll kill you all. Ling Chen was once a sect master, but he was being mocked and humiliated like this. With a roar of rage, he erupted with even greater battle prowess, activating an even denser bloodline power, and his battle prowess doubled again. The Jiao dragon behind him transformed into the true dragon elephant and grabbed the bone artifact with one hand. It didn't even care if its arm was broken. Break! Ling Chen gritted his teeth and blasted out with all his strength, forcibly breaking the bone weapon. Bastard, how dare you destroy my divine weapon? Wu Gu was finally angered. He shouted in shock, and turned into a bloody shadow as he charged at Ling Chen, a bloody palm slapping down on Ling Chen. Bang! Ling Chen was sent flying, and his divine body was on the verge of exploding. If not for the fact that he cultivated the ancient sovereign divine art, and his physical body was incomparable to ordinary low-level supremes, this palm would have been enough to take his life. Secret art, vast imperial aura. The ultimate form of the golden dragon fist. Ling Chen roared angrily at the oncoming Wu Gu, and even used the last of his battle strength, vowing to kill this person even if it cost him his life. However, Wu Gu's cultivation was far above Ling Chen's. Although Ling Chen had intimidated him, Wu Gu had already recovered by the time Ling Chen's fist energy landed on him, and a palm reached out to grab Ling Chen's heart. Poof! Wu Gu's hand pierced through Ling Chen's chest, and Ling Chen's heart was crushed. Ling Chen screamed in pain, and his aura weakened. His divine energy was already scattered, and it was impossible for him to counterattack. Wu Gu gripped Ling Chen's neck with one hand, and he sneered, "Golden Dog, I can slaughter you like a dog right now, but I want to taste your blood first." After saying that, he actually bit down on Ling Chen's neck. A wave of murderous aura started to surge, and waves of powerful suction force appeared. The blood essence in Ling Chen's body was sucked out by him. When Ling Fei, who was fighting Battery to the death, saw this scene, he immediately glared at him and shouted, "Big brother." He also activated the richest blood chi in his body, and his battle strength was raised to the extreme. Dragging his heavily injured body, he shot toward Ling Chen, wanting to help his big brother. However, before he could fly far, many meteorites suddenly smashed down from the sky, directly drowning his body. Battery flew over and directly stomped on Ling Fei's back, breaking Ling Fei's spine and causing him to vomit blood. Two golden dogs are only SOSO. It seems that it won't be long before we kill them all. Battery laughed heartily. Is that so? In that case, I'll kill all of you first. A voice filled with killing intent rang out from afar. Chapter 1585. Then I'll kill all of you first. This voice was cold, but it was also filled with an intense killing intent. It was as if it had come from the depths of hell, and anyone who heard it would feel as if they had fallen into a frigid cellar. Who is it? Bart Ree shouted with a frown. A figure rushed over from afar like the wind, and the space around him trembled slightly as a golden light appeared. Bang! Bart Ree was still in a state of vigilance and doubt, but his head was directly blown apart by the golden light. His divine sense overflowed, but it was sealed by an invisible force and devoured by that person. The rest of the people present were all stunned. A peak low-level supremacy didn't even have the ability to fight back, and was killed by a single blow. Brother, can you still hold on? That person helped the heavily injured Ling Fei to his feet. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, who had rushed back from the Blue Moon space. He had sensed the battle here from afar, and the blood in his body was beating non-stop. Realizing that there were clansmen fighting here, he grew anxious. He thought that the ghost soul beast was too slow, so he put it away and used the Stormwind movement technique to rush over. Fortunately, he had arrived a step early, or else Ling Fei would have been tortured to death by that person. I'm fine, hurry and save Big Brother. Ling Fei struggled to gather his strength, and when he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately responded. Ling Xiao looked in another direction, only to see that Ling Chen's aura was almost cut off, and there was someone who seemed to have transformed into a blood demon and was sucking his blood essence. How dare you! Ling Xiao's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire world. At the same time, a soul power attack burst out from the divine dragon phoenix hoop, directly attacking Wu Gu's sea of consciousness. Ah! Wu Gu let out a miserable shriek as he let go of Ling Chen. His blood and energy dissipated, but his soul didn't perish under Ling Xiao's furious attack. He wasn't dead yet. It's him, he's Ling Xiao, the son of the soul race's inheritance. Let's join forces to kill him, we can't give him any chance. Ing Fu had fought with Ling Xiao before, so he immediately recognized Ling Xiao and couldn't help but exclaim. So this brat is Ling Xiao. He looks so soft and tender, but he does have some ability. Wait for me, old bear, to smash him to death. Xiong Dugong had already turned into a bear man, and his battle strength was no less than a mid-level supremacy. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He used the stormy wind movement technique and merged with the space around him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiong Dugong. A beast man like you isn't fit to talk to me. Ling Xiao roared at Xiong Dugong, and the sound waves of the dragon's roar shook Xiong Dugong to the point that blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his divine body was on the verge of exploding. Ling Xiao used his hand as a blade and slashed a golden sword light towards Xiong Dugong. Bang! Xiong Dugong's body, which was comparable to a mid-level 11th rank holy beast, was actually split in half by Ling Xiao's sword, and blood exploded like fireworks. Ing Fu, who was about to assassinate Ling Xiao from the void, stopped in his tracks when he saw the scene, and his old eyes were filled with fear. Brother Wu, kill that golden dog. I've already informed the others to hurry over. Ing Fu shouted, and his wind attribute power was pushed to the extreme, and his figure shot backwards to escape. Although Wu Gu's divine soul was injured, he still had a certain amount of battle strength. The bone weapon in his hand appeared, and he stabbed towards the head of Ling Chen, who no longer had any strength to resist. Die! Ling Fei couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene, but he couldn't help Wu Gu. Do you think you can kill me? Ling Xiao sneered and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he actually stood in front of Ling Chen and grabbed Wu Gu's bone weapon. You dare to grab my weapon? Go to hell. Wu Gu grinned maliciously, and a bloody aura was transmitted into the bone weapon. The bone weapon instantly soared, and a scene of corpses piling up for thousands of miles appeared. Many white bones piled up like a mountain of bones, and they carried a thick death aura and bloody aura. Even if a supreme of the same level held this bone weapon, he would still suffer from the attack of these forces and die. You want to deal with me with just a rotten bone? How naive! Ling Xiao sneered, and strength burst out from his hand. His palm was like a top-grade ancient god artifact, and it directly turned the bone weapon into dust. The bloody aura and death aura were all swept away by the innate Yin wind bead. What? Wu Gu instantly retreated 1,000 miles, and he roared in shock. His bone weapon was a mid-grade ancient god artifact, and it was one with him. Even a peak mid-grade supreme would not be able to easily shatter it. But this young man in front of him did it so easily. How could he not be shocked? You're actually not running? Saves me the trouble of chasing you. Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised to see Wu Gu not running away. You may be strong, but I, Wu Gu, have many ways to deal with you. Why would I need to run? Wu Gu coldly snorted, and immediately summoned some of his skeletons. Suddenly, a dozen or so white skeletons appeared beside him. These skeletons were of both humans and beasts. They were lifeless, but there was a strange blood-red mark on their foreheads, emitting bursts of bloody light. Kill them all for me. Wugu's forehead flashed with the same blood-red mark as these skeletons, and it emitted bursts of red light as he ordered. The dozen or so white skeletons, upon hearing his order, dashed towards Ling Xiao. Their speed wasn't any slower than a supreme incipient god realm expert, and their deep white bones seemed to be like an ancient god artifact. They made clanking noises, and they could pierce through space to descend on Ling Xiao's head. The evil blood cult of the heavenly tiger region. A memory flashed through Ling Xiao's mind, and he said in a low voice. He didn't expect that this evil cult, which had always been nesting in the heavenly tiger region, would also participate in dealing with the Kim people. It seemed like many things had happened in the years he was gone. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these lifeless white skeletons. Although their bones were like ancient god artifacts, and they might be a threat to ordinary supremes, they couldn't harm him at all. Ling Xiao's palms and fists were like blades, and waves of noble golden dragon energy flowed as he casually attacked the skeletons. Crack, crack. As soon as these human and beast skeletons came into contact with Ling Xiao's fists and feet, they were instantly broken and turned into powder, no longer existing. However, a wisp of blood qi flashed on their foreheads, and it shot towards Ling Xiao. This blood qi was a kind of evil thing. Once someone touched it, they would easily fall into a frenzied state, lose their mind, and lose their vitality, giving others a chance to take advantage of it. However, this blood qi was just some fertilizer to Ling Xiao. The innate Yin wind bead absorbed the blood qi, and the blood was evaporated by the heaven flames. In just a blink of an eye, these skeletons were completely smashed by Ling Xiao. Do you have something stronger to rely on? If not, you can die now. Ling Xiao's feet moved like the wind, and he dashed towards Wugu. His body is so strong, and he doesn't fear my blood qi. This kid is too powerful. Wugu secretly exclaimed. He didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao, and directly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him, and divine wind feet madly kicked at Wugu. Wugu only felt the shadow of a leg attack, and his divine body exploded. Divine blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed incessantly. Evil dragon, come out. Wugu cried out in alarm, and a shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky and covering the sun. Dragon roars shook the surroundings, and everything around was shaken to pieces. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at the shadow, and he sneered, "It's actually a 9-headed dragon snake, ha, I haven't seen it for many years." Wugu's holy beast was shockingly the same 9-headed dragon snake that Ling Xiao had obtained in the past, as well as the dual attribute beast cores of ice and fire. Of course, this was not the same one he had encountered before. This one was of a higher level, and it was even more powerful. Its 9 heads hissed incessantly, and its body was as large as a mountain. This 9-headed dragon snake spat out ice and fire energy at Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Just in time to satisfy Dragon Fifth's hunger. Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight this 9-headed dragon snake, and he directly summoned Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth was like a king of beasts, and he let out a true dragon's roar, causing the 9-headed dragon snake's body to tremble uncontrollably. It had dragon blood in its body, and it belonged to a branch of the true dragon clan. Naturally, the suppression it received was even more severe. Dragon Fifth opened his mouth wide, and he directly bit down on one of the 9-headed dragon snake's heads, tearing it to pieces. True dragon divine beast. Wugu's face suddenly turned ashen, and he didn't even think about escaping into the void. He was already at his wit's end. However, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? Once again, Ling Xiao descended upon Wugu's head and stomped down on it. Wugu resisted with all his might, but every part of Ling Xiao's body was like an ancient divine artifact, and Wugu's body was crushed to pieces. "Brat, you'd best let me go, otherwise our evil blood temple will not rest until you're dead." Wugu was terrified, and he had no choice but to threaten Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao grinned fiendishly, "Rest assured, this king will flatten your evil blood temple sooner or later. For now, I'll kill you in place of my elder brother." As his voice rang out, the power beneath his feet exploded, bursting Wu Gu's skull. A dense black malevolent energy wrapped around Wu Gu, quickly corroding him into nothingness. His soul was absorbed by Ling Xiao, so his space ring naturally fell into Ling Xiao's hands. Ying Fu had escaped, but Ling Xiao wasn't worried because he had already sensed other auras rushing over. Glancing over, Yang Kai gathered Ling Fei and Ling Chen around him and fed them divine pills and divine spring to help them restore their divine strength. As for the blood essence Ling Chen had lost, Ling Xiao fed him a divine blood bead, allowing him to quickly replenish it. Big brother, little brother, all of you return to the clan immediately. There are still people coming over, I'll deal with them later. Ling Xiao saw them quickly absorb the medicinal efficacies of the divine pills with the help of the ancient sovereign divine art and immediately ordered. Chapter 1586. Ling Chen and Ling Fei knew that Ling Xiao's competence was extraordinary. It wasn't something they could jump to conclusions about. Brother Xiao, you have to be careful. Many things have happened recently. The Dark Shadow Clan has gathered many people to deal with you. They want to seize the chance to eradicate our Kim people and the Dragon Gate, said Ling Chen, his face pale. Ling Fei also said, yeah, you should come with us to our clan first. They won't dare to attack us. Brothers, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's impossible for them to kill me. You guys should go back to your clan first. I can't defeat them. If I want to run away, they can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that the Dark Shadow Clan wouldn't give up their evil plan. They dared to attack the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Shi Yan couldn't help but have a thick murderous desire. The two of them knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind. After giving him some advice, they returned to the Heaven Territory and their clan. At this moment, over 30 figures flashed over from all directions. Besides that, numerous divine beasts that blotted out the sky were roaring incessantly, and all sorts of divine lights illuminated the surroundings. As soon as these dozens of people appeared, the entire area was sealed by layers of barriers. Even a high-level supreme expert couldn't run away easily. "Ha, little bastard, you're finally back. I thought you would wait until I slaughter all the Kim people. Then, you would be willing to come back." Ying Ma laughed ferociously. His 3 brothers were killed by this little bastard in front of him. Today, he wanted to take his revenge. No wonder why the Dark Shadow Clan dares to attack the Kim people. Turns out you're back to stir up trouble here. Ling Xiao looked at Ying Ma and raised his eyes. Then he said, "Did you forget that I killed you that day? You had to run away in panic. How dare you come here to die today?" Shadow Horse's face twitched. He suddenly remembered that Ling Xiao could suddenly summon a large number of people to besiege them. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's kill this brat together. He has too many treasures on him. He can summon helpers at any time." As the Shadow Horse barked, his 8-flag spear instantly appeared. The terrifying strength of a pinnacle sovereign instantly reached its peak. The 8-flag spear immediately emitted terrifying wind blades, turning the surroundings into nothingness as they flew towards Ling Xiao at full speed. The others didn't understand why the Shadow Horse was so afraid of Ling Xiao, but since it had given the order, they had no choice but to attack Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the Shadow Horse was still too late. Ling Xiao only needed a thought to summon his supreme puppet at the same time. Originally, there were only 30 supreme puppets left, but now there were more than 60 supreme puppets. On his way back, he encountered 2 groups of marauders, so he simply collected them one by one to help him deal with his future enemies. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had the mind-controlling art, which was equivalent to having countless puppets to help him. The sudden appearance of so many people gave those supreme beings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao a huge fright. However, the 8-flag spear of the Shadow Horse had already fallen on top of Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao was like a towering mountain. His eyes were like lightning, and an invisible doppelganger suddenly appeared. The 7th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art, Lotus Pedicle, blocked the 8-flag spear attack. "Today is the day you die." Ling Xiao cast a murderous look at the Shadow Horse. What a joke, even if I die today, I will definitely kill you, little bastard. The shadow horse was like a devil, looking at Ling Xiao with a desire to eat his flesh and pull out his tendons. He formed a mysterious hand seal, and the 8 flags quickly combined together, turning into a terrifying long rainbow that continued to attack Ling Xiao. This power was already the shadow horse's sure-kill attack. He felt that as long as Ling Xiao died, the others would no longer be a threat to him. Ling Xiao's divine soul did not dare to neglect, and immediately increased its combat power by 70 times, and the 5 dragons appeared in an instant. The 5 true dragons merged into one, turning into a huge 5-colored true dragon, and rushed towards the 8 flag spears. Rumble! The 2 powerful forces directly shook the space in this area, causing it to explode. The sputtering power of the attributes caused the others to retreat far away in pain, and the weaker ones were seriously injured. Under this attack, Ling Xiao's god soul was shaken. He vomited blood and was forced to retreat. However, he still managed to resist this attack. The shadow horse was incomparably shocked. This attack of his had nearly killed Ling Xiao in the past. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao having so many sovereign puppets to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to appear here again. You can't kill me. Today is the day you die. Ling Xiaoyu said coldly. His divine soul activated the storm-like footwork and approached the shadow horse. Then he madly attacked the horse. The god's soul was invisible, and ordinary people couldn't capture it. Even the shadow horse didn't have this ability. The others didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing Ling Xiao's more than 60 incipient god realm experts appear all of a sudden, they were all shocked. Ling Xiao's puppets were fighting 2 against 1, but they had the upper hand. Shortly, they killed several incipient god realm experts. And Ling Xiao's real body was like a god of slaughter. His storm steps made it hard for people to catch him. Wherever he went, he would smash someone's head, suck their god soul, and collect all the treasures. Damn it. God Clan, when are you going to take action? The shadow horse couldn't do anything as Ling Xiao's god soul clones bullied him. He could only use the 8 flag spears to protect his body. He was so angry that he had to summon more helpers. TSK, we thought you could deal with this kid. Seems like we, the God Clan, need to take action. In the space, some white lights flashed. Some shadows with wings quietly appeared. Only the Winged Men tribe called themselves the God Clan. They had 4 people, but one of them was at the peak of supremacy, and the other 3 were high-level supremacies. They had actually sent out 4 of these top-notch figures at once. It was obvious that they were determined to obtain Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. They had a pair of snow-white wings on their bodies. Halos twinkled above their heads. Waves of white light floated, making them look like angels descending to the mortal world. When the person who spoke landed, white light surged and instantly lit up this part of the world. The white light fell on Ling Xiao's god soul, revealing him immediately. Those birdmen again. Damn it. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He immediately called back the god soul clones. At the same time, he wanted to retreat. The 4 birdmen were really intimidating. Among them, the peak of supremacy wasn't someone he could deal with. If the other party directly killed him, then everything would be over. Guys, help me kill him. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop is yours. Shadow Horse exhaled in relief, pointing at Ling Xiao and talking to the 4 winged men. These 4 winged men had a majestic aura. Their power was pure, but they gave off an overbearing vibe. I don't need you to say that. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop belongs to the God Clan. After I take him down, you guys can deal with the others. The peak of supremacy said arrogantly. His name was Jedron. He was a winged man who was infinitely close to becoming a supreme pontiff. His power was comparable to shadow horses. However, his light attribute could make Ling Xiao's god soul appear. He could even restrain Ling Xiao's soul power attack. They came prepared this time. As soon as Jedron finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands, and triangular-shaped balls of light appeared. Waves of light energy leaped and fell on Ling Xiaoju. Ling Xiao could faintly sense that these triangular balls of light contained boundless power. Once he was trapped, it wouldn't be easy for him to break free. Ling Xiao used the Tempest movement technique and quietly dodged these attacks. He was prepared to summon everyone to temporarily retreat into the Heaven region race. However, he underestimated Jidran's power. He laughed coldly and formed a seal with his hands. The triangular balls of light instantly turned into tens of thousands of triangular balls of light. They surrounded Ling Xiao's escape routes and pressed down on him. Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar appeared again, and a dragon's roar sounded. The dragon's roar was Ling Xiao's greatest weapon. Its power was absolutely terrifying. It could cause the nearby space to collapse and shatter. The triangular balls of light suffered a lot of impact, and many of them collapsed. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar had reached the high-level supremacy stage, the dragon's roar wouldn't have been so powerful. After the dragon's roar, Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar moved its fists and legs and shattered the remaining triangular balls of light. Hee, what a powerful spiritual avatar. Let me purify you and make you my divine race's servant. Jedron laughed coldly and instantly turned into a ball of white light that shot towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, his palms released waves of white light that pressed down on Ling Xiao. The powerful pressure made Ling Xiao feel extremely suffocated. His opponent's energy was much stronger than the Shadow Horse's. Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Just as he was about to retreat, he saw dazzling lights flashing in other directions. Several forces instantly descended on him. Oh no! Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar exclaimed. He wanted to use his movement technique to dodge, but it was already too late. He felt his spiritual avatar being restrained by an extremely uncomfortable force. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. He wanted to turn into a spiritual avatar and return to his sea of knowledge, but he couldn't. This was definitely the first time he had encountered such a troublesome situation. The three high-level supremacy winged beings in three different directions each held a divine mirror in their hands. Each divine mirror was flashing with beams of light that tightly restrained Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. He couldn't struggle at all. My divine race has a special way to deal with your evil attacks. Destroy them for me. Jedron laughed maniacally. His attack had already landed on top of Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. The power of this attack was so terrifying that even a peak supremacy wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao's real body had already taken out the divine Bodhi Bao. He had to stop Jedron. Otherwise, his spiritual avatar would be destroyed. However, the Shadow Horse was charging towards his real body, not giving him any chance at all. Just as Ling Xiao was regretting his decision to stay, several dragon roars came from a different direction. Chapter 1587. Several dragon roars came from the other end of the sky, shaking millions of miles around. Space collapsed unceasingly. Turbulent space currents turned into powder. Several flows of gold light with immense aura arrived like a golden electric current. The supreme experts and incipient God realm experts fighting in this area were astounded. Many of them had their ears ringing. While Jedron was about to destroy Ling Xiao's god soul, a golden dragon roared and attacked from a far distance. Its formidable power wasn't less than Jidran's. If Jedron wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would be swallowed by this golden dragon. Damn it! Those golden dragon dogs are here. Jedron cursed under his breath. His power changed, slapping on the golden dragon. Rumble! The formidable energy shook and shattered the restraints of the three-winged warriors. Ling Xiao's god soul used this loosened energy to get rid of the restraints. He returned to his real body and stopped the Shadow Horse from killing his real body. You dare to kill my fellows? I, Ling Teming, will kill you bastards. An old yet not overbearing voice rushed into the night sky, shaking everyone present to the point that they felt their imposing manner dissipate. Everybody looked at the newcomers. They saw some old men of the Kim people riding on the Dragon King, which was sparkling with gold light. The leader of them was riding a high-level 11 gold true dragon. Their intimidating auras made people click their tongues in awe. Besides the 6 of them, more than 10 supremes of the Kim people stormed out from the sky of the heaven area. All of them had a thick murderous aura. Their gold light sparkled dazzlingly in this area. Not good. The Kim people have dispatched all of them. We should retreat now. The shadow horse screamed in fear. He took the lead and ran away. The other supremes of the big forces didn't dare to linger. They ran away in different directions. If you run away like that, you don't respect our Kim people, Ling Taiming said gloomily. Then he took out a divine artifact. It was the top ancient divine artifact of the Kim people, the Golden Dragon Altar. The Golden Dragon Altar instantly became as huge as a mountain. A vast and majestic aura spread out in all directions. Shadows of golden dragons roared and soared into the sky. The moment the Golden Dragon Altar appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. An aura akin to the heavens assaulted from all directions, causing everyone's speed to slow down significantly. Jedron and the other 3 high-rank sovereigns had grave expressions on their faces. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They flapped their wings and wanted to leave at full speed. Ling Taiming instantly shot out a mysterious power towards the Golden Dragon Altar, and a few drops of blood essence flowed out, staining the Golden Dragon Altar. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon Altar glowed brightly. Many congealed golden dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long soared into the sky. Almost 100 dragon shadows roared and rushed out in all directions. These golden dragon shadows seemed to be alive. They rushed towards the supreme incipient god realm experts who were running away. Their power was so majestic. Each attack was as powerful as a peak supreme incipient god realm expert's attack. Everyone felt the waves of power. They hated that they didn't have a few more legs. They couldn't run fast enough. Boom, boom. The 100 dragons danced and exploded. The space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. Golden light filled the area within 1,000,000 miles. The supreme incipient god realm experts who were too slow to escape were smashed into pieces. Not even their god souls were left. The strong ones had their god bodies explode. They couldn't recover from their injuries. Only a few of them were injured and could still escape. This attack shocked everyone for a long time. Then, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the Kim people's army immediately killed all the injured supremes. Not a single one was left. Ling Xiao stared at this strike, and his entire body froze in shock. He found that even if his god soul clone could block one golden dragon's attack, he could barely do it. However, if there were 2 or more of them, he would die for sure. This was the first time he had seen the true foundation of the clan and the true reliance. No wonder they could be the #1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. They deserved their reputation. Little Xiao, are you okay? Chief Ling Bo and Great Elder Ling Qiu asked at the same time. Ling Xiao pulled himself together. He looked at them and slightly bowed. Chief, Great Elder, I'm okay. It's good that you're okay. I didn't expect the Dark Shadow clan and the Winged Man clan to be so bold. They dared to attack our Kim people. If you didn't come back in time, Ling Chen and Ling Fei would have died. Ling Bo shouted angrily. Then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, Come, Xiao, there are several ancestors waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Come and pay your respects. Ling Xiao wanted to go with Ling Bo. However, the ancestors of the Ling family had already arrived. Ling Bo introduced them one by one. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately bowed to them. I didn't expect that after several hundred years, our clan would have such a powerful descendant. Moreover, he's a god of alchemy. Now that I've seen him, he's indeed a talented man. Ling Taiming laughed. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Taiming from up close. Although this old ancestor looked old, he was still brimming with vitality. Although the metal aura around him was restrained, it still gave Ling Xiao a sense of oppression similar to that of a dragon king. The domineering aura around Ling Xiao's face carried with it an oppressive aura. He was riding a real true dragon divine beast. Moreover, its strength was 1 level higher than Dragon 5th, reaching the high level of level 11. The others were all at the high level of the Great Masters. The Holy Beast Dragon King had reached the middle level of level 11. They looked at Ling Xiao with benevolent looks on their faces. The ferocious anger from before was gone. Thank you, Ancestor, for your compliment. I'm just trying to do better, Ling Xiao said modestly, which was rare for him. Yeah, it's good that you can think like that. As long as you work harder, our Kim people will be able to rule the heaven territory. Those bastards who dare to offend our Kim people, we will destroy them all sooner or later. Ling Taimeng held the shrunken golden dragon altar and shouted. Ling Xiao glanced at the golden dragon altar and thought, it's a terrifying divine weapon. With it, our clan doesn't need to worry. Ling Xiao followed his clansmen back to the Kim people. The news of Ling Xiao's return spread out to the outside of the Dragon Gate in just a blink of an eye. Even the news that the clan had invited the Golden Dragon altar to kill dozens of incipient God Realm experts was spread out by the Kim people. The warriors of the Dragon Gate felt their blood boiling when they received the news. They felt better. They were worried that the other overlords would come to attack them. Today, the result of this battle had calmed them down. At the same time, the thought of replacing the Kim people's position in the Dragon Gate was extinguished. They all understood that the Dragon Gate couldn't leave the Kim people's protection. Otherwise, they would never be able to be the #1 force in the Sky Dragon area. Many supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people gathered in the meeting hall of the Kim people. After they had settled down, Ling Bo told Ling Xiao what had happened recently. After listening to him, Ling Xiao explained to the others, it's true that I'm wearing the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the top treasure of the Soul Clan. However, the Dark Shadow Clan did that because they wanted to rob me of this treasure. I killed many of them. They came back to the Heaven territory to stir up trouble. Good kid, it's the legendary Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. So, you know how to use soul power to attack? Ling Taimeng's old eyes sparkled as he looked at the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yeah, I got the inheritance of the Soul Clan. Of course, I know how to use soul power to attack. Also, I found the descendants of the Soul Clan. They're living in Sky Dragon City. Pausing for a while, he continued, the Soul Clan isn't the old Soul Clan anymore. They're really weak. They're no different from ordinary warriors. Also, they recognize me. They won't use soul power to attack others unless they want to harm them. Ling Xiao told them everything. It was time to let them know his situation to avoid any grudges in the future. Everyone present exchanged glances with each other as a complicated look flashed across their eyes. Everyone had heard of the soul race's origins. Their soul power attacks were hard to defend against. Because of that, they had offended many people. Later on, the other clans had destroyed them. Today, they had reappeared in this world. Moreover, they had done it before them. However, they didn't know about it. The Soul Clan considers me a conservative. I won't give them up. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He was afraid that his clansmen would expel the Soul Clan's warriors. Then he could only protect the Soul Clan. After all, in his previous 2 lives he might have been Hun Feng. He had an inseparable relationship with the Soul Clan. There are things a man should do and things he shouldn't do. As expected of my clan's son. The Soul Clan is one of the ancient clans. Their soul power attacks are indeed unparalleled. If they grow up, they will indeed be feared. However, my clan's ancient Emperor Divine Art is not weak. As long as we are strong enough, we can also resist these soul power attacks. Of course, I don't mean to be enemies with them. I want to be on good terms with them. Our 2 great ancient clans will advance together. At that time, who would dare to offend us in the heaven domain? Ling Taimeng's temperament was extremely forthright. Then he said, Xiao Heir, don't worry. We won't do anything to the Soul Clan. It's best if we bring them into the sect to cultivate. They will become one with our Dragon Gate. In the future, they will be a great help. As long as we are strong enough, no one will come looking for trouble. Ling Taimeng's words undoubtedly showed his position. He completely supported Ling Xiao. Yes, since the forefather has said so, of course, we won't have any objections. Xiao Heir, don't worry. Ling Bo also said. Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemist. His identity was too important. They absolutely didn't want Ling Xiao to leave their clan. The others also expressed their support. However, their eyes had some scruples. Ling Xiao had the 9-colored exquisite tree. He could see their thoughts clearly. He sighed inwardly. Those who aren't of our clan have different thoughts. They are still worried. Seems like after we destroy the Dark Shadow clan, we should let them return to their clan's land to live. Chapter 1588. After Ling Xiao took out the wind and wood genesis stones, the crowd was stunned. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually be able to collect 2 primordial stones during his trip to the foreign lands. It was truly a pleasant surprise for them, but at the same time, they felt extremely ashamed. Ling Taiming, Ling Bo, and Ling Qiu couldn't help but praise him. When they were about to leave, Ling Xiao asked to talk to Ling Taiming. Ling Taiming was a little surprised. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Ling family, he wouldn't have stopped. However, Ling Xiao was different. Of course, he couldn't treat him as an ordinary junior. When the crowd left, Ling Taiming asked with interest, "Kid, are you afraid that the forefather will go back on his words and attack the descendants of the Soul clan?" Ling Xiao could see that Ling Taiming was a righteous man. Others couldn't compare to him. When he said that he wanted to advance together with the Soul clan, he meant it. After all, at Ling Taiming's level, there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, he didn't need to worry about the Soul clan's growth. Ling Xiao shook his head. On this trip to the Eastern Territory, I met Precursor Feng Fengyang and forefather Ning Qinggang. Ling Taiming's old brows arched as he listened to him. He asked hurriedly, "Then, do you have any news about my big, absolute beginning forefather?" Ling Taiming and Ling Taichu were brothers. They had followed their big brother to outer space. Of course, they knew Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang. When Ling Xiao mentioned them, he thought of his big brother who hadn't returned for many years. Ling Xiao shook his head. "I heard Precursor Feng and forefather Ning say that absolute beginning forefather wants to go through all the dangerous places to reach the end of outer space to break through to a higher realm." Ling Taiming looked disappointed. He sighed. "Big brother, incipient God realm is the limit of human beings. Why do you still want to pursue that illusory realm?" Then he looked at Ling Xiao. "Did you get the Wind Genesis stone from Old Feng?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." "That's good too. He's repaid Big Brother for helping him back then." Ling Taiming sighed. At this moment, Ling Xiao asked, "Ancestor, are there any realms after incipient God realm?" This was the second time he had heard that Ling Taichu wanted to break through his limits and reach a higher realm, but he didn't understand what realm he could break through after reaching this step. Ling Taiming answered, "Human clans' potentials are limitless. Their realms are at the peak of immeasurable realm. Who knows if there's any realm after incipient God realm? It is said that in ancient times, there was a deity who was able to split heaven and earth apart, create all things, and create the world. This kind of realm is not something we can achieve now, so it is said that after our realm, there is a realm that no one can step into. Perhaps some people have already stepped into it, but we have not encountered it. No one can say what kind of realm it is. It can only be understood, but not described. Unless one day we can reach that step, we will understand what kind of realm it is." Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He wanted to know what realm it was so that he could have a direction in the future. He didn't expect that this ancestor didn't know it either. Ling Xiao left the meeting hall and summoned many holy beasts, asking them to go to the dragon-gazing mountain range to take a breather. Ling Xiao left the clan and returned to his own mountain in the Dragon Gate. Today, dozens of mountains around his mountain had become the territory of the Medicine God Peak. The great alchemist's mountains were also moved here to protect the Medicine God Peak. The Medicine God Peak was also the mountain where Ling Xiao was staying. From a distance, it looked like a great force that could descend to the sky. Many elders and deacons gathered to protect it. It wasn't any less solemn than the main peak of the clan. When Ling Xiao appeared in the Medicine God Peak, everybody bowed to him. Some weaker disciples even kneeled on the ground to worship him. "Welcome back, Peak Lord." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, and their might was like thunder, boundlessly vast. Everybody in the sect knew that Ling Xiao had returned. They all looked at him with worship in their eyes and slightly bowed to greet him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "No need." Then he directly returned to the main hall and met with the elders of the peak. He learned more about the sect's movements and the various matters of the peak. Ling Xiao wasn't used to managing these matters, so he just left them to Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou was already Ling Xiao's housekeeper on this peak. Although he was only a mid-level god king, some high-level god kings and even the Senjin of Goguryeo had to be polite to him. After making some simple arrangements, Ling Xiao returned to his own backyard. When he returned to the backyard, he found that there were not many women around. He couldn't help but worry if something had happened to them. Fortunately, he learned from his mother that they had all entered seclusion or followed the elders of the sect to train and strengthen their cultivation. The main reason was that all the women knew that the many rumors in the heaven region were disadvantageous to Ling Xiao. Once something big happened, they would bear the brunt of it. Therefore, in order to share some of Ling Xiao's burden, all of them worked hard and strived to improve their strength. They didn't want to help Ling Xiao too much, but they hoped that they wouldn't be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very gratified by their thoughts, but he was very touched. He had always been apart from them, but they were always thinking about him. It really made him feel ashamed. Ling Xiao planned to use the many divine materials he had collected in the outer realms to help them improve again so that they could become stronger faster. He faintly felt that he might be in deep danger in the upcoming battle. Now, it was better to be prepared. Ling Xiao took out the divine materials he had collected one by one and gave them to the women who were temporarily on the peak. He asked them to wait for the others to come out of seclusion or return before handing them over to them. Now, most of them were at least at the Holy Emperor Peak realm. Feng Xianyun and Dongfang Jing had already become real god kings. Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi had all reached the demigod king realm. Ling Xiao's divine materials could help them reach the god king realm one by one, and it wasn't as simple as just entering the god king realm. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that his son Feng Lingtian and his father Ling Zhan had actually reached the god king realm. His son wasn't an ordinary god king either, but a mid-level god king. Ling Xiao then learned that Feng Lingtian and the high priest had indeed found the people of the Gu clan and obtained their recognition. Feng Lingtian was even more valued and received some inheritance. He was conferred the title of Gu clan prince and was expected to inherit the position of Gu clan patriarch in the future. However, Ling Xiao understood Feng Lingtian's character. Making him the patriarch was no different from taking his life. His children had grown up and each of them had their own opportunities. Ling Xiao wouldn't force them to do anything. What surprised Ling Xiao was that before he went to the foreign land, he had two women who had given birth to a son and a daughter for him. These two women were Wei Dyer and Luo Ming. Ling Xiao remembered that Wei Dyer had told him that she didn't want children the most. When they were consummating their marriage, she had gone crazy. It could be the seed that was left behind at that time. His and Wei Dyer's son was called Ling Su Ri. He was born with a fire attribute body. On the day he was born, there was a strange phenomenon that shocked everyone in the sect. There was even a supreme incipient god realm expert with the fire god body who wanted to take Ling Su Ri as his disciple. Even though he knew that Ling Su Ri was Ling Zhao's son, he still had to take him. After hesitating for a while, Wei Dyer still agreed to the supreme incipient god realm expert's request. After all, that person was one of the strongest representatives of the divine body faction of the Dragon Gate. His name was Lao Dongxing and he was on the supreme list. Although his ranking wasn't high, he was one of the top figures in the heaven domain. He hadn't appeared for thousands of years, but he was alarmed by Ling Su Ri. There were two people in the Dragon Gate who were on the supreme list. Besides Lao Dongxing, there was also Lei Wanjun who was known as the Thunder God. His ranking was above Lao Dongxing and he was almost on the same level as Ling Taichu. He was also an old monster who hadn't appeared for many years. However, it was said that this person had gone to the foreign land tens of thousands of years ago and had never returned to the sect. At their level, there wasn't much worth staying in the heaven domain. All of them wanted to go to the foreign land to find that legendary realm. As for Luo Meiying's daughter, Ling Bingshui, she was born with the ice water body. It could be considered as one type of attribute or two. Ice and water interacted with each other, and it was an extremely good body for cultivation. It wasn't much worse than Ling Su-ri's. This son and daughter's physique was extraordinary, and they were much better than Ling Rui and Ling Ying. This was mainly because Ling Xiao, Wei Dyer, and Luo Ming's abilities were much stronger than before. Their children's bloodline was also much better. However, what made Ling Xiao curious was that they didn't awaken the power of the Kim people's bloodline. Instead, they had the innate talent of the heavy soul. This made Ling Xiao feel that maybe he and Hun Feng were the same person in his previous 2 lives. Ling Xiao met his son and daughter separately. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of confusion and nervousness. They were only 13 or 14 years old and were still children. They hadn't reached adulthood yet. They were extremely curious about their father, whom they had never met before. Fortunately, they had heard all kinds of legends about their father since they were young. They had long worshipped Ling Xiao in their hearts. They were just a little afraid of strangers. Ling Su-ri was 2 months older than Ling Bingshui. Although he hadn't grown up yet, it could be seen that this kid was extraordinarily handsome. At the same time, he couldn't restrain the aura of a king, which brought along bursts of flame power, revealing an overbearing temperament. Ling Bingshui was surprisingly indifferent. Looking at Ling Xiao, other than the nervousness at the beginning, his state of mind had actually calmed down very quickly. After the 2 of them called out, "Lord Father," they didn't know what else to say. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As he wasn't often in the heaven region and didn't accompany his children, they didn't recognize him as their father anymore. Ling Xiao might as well put down everything and accompany them. He even taught them a little so that they wouldn't complain that he didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father in the future. Ling Xiao's affinity was still there. Moreover, they were all his children. They were close by blood, so naturally, they got along very quickly. Chapter 1589. Ling Shuri and Ling Bingshui had received the best training since they were young, which was why they had reached the king stage at such a young age. After receiving Ling Xiao's guidance, their understanding of realms and the usage of various martial skills had also improved to another level. Among people of the same age, the 2 of them were definitely monstrous existences. Ling Xiao realized that in terms of comprehension, they both had attainments that were not inferior to his when he was young, and could always comprehend by analogy after guidance. After a month of getting along, the relationship between the father and daughter had improved by leaps and bounds, and Ling Xiao had obtained the approval of the 2 little fellows. Ling Shuri even took the opportunity to ask Ling Xiao to learn the art of alchemy. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then decided to teach him the art of alchemy. No matter what, alchemy was always the most glorious profession in the world, and there was nothing wrong with his son becoming an alchemist like him. This could be considered as inheriting his mantle. Of course, Ling Xiao still wanted to understand his son's talent in alchemy before deciding whether or not to nurture him. If he was not talented in this area, then Ling Xiao would never allow him to be distracted. After Ling Xiao passed on some alchemy basics to him, he placed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl into Ling Shuri's Sea of Consciousness. The Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl's power had long been absorbed by the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl, and there was almost nothing left of it. Now, it was even more subservient to Ling Xiao, and did not dare to have any thoughts of disobedience. Under Ling Xiao's instructions, it was combined with Ling Shuri. Ling Shuri himself had the body of the fire god, and his talent was exceptional. Now that he had the help of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Pearl, it could be said that he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Ling Xiao naturally would not compare himself to him. He had exchanged many ice and water attribute divine objects on the domain road, and of course, there were some that were suitable for Ling Bingshui. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to help the seedlings grow, as it was not conducive to her growth. He only promised her to train hard, and these divine objects were naturally kept for her. Now, he could only give them to her mother, Luo Ming, for safekeeping. Ling Xiao stayed in the peak for 2 months. In addition to teaching the 2 little guys, he naturally talked with his women in bed about some important life events. He also helped his direct descendants increase their strength and pacified the descendants of the Soul race who were recuperating at Dragon Gate. In the past 2 months, Dragon Gate had spread the news of the battle outside the realm. Suddenly, the power of Kim people and Dragon Gate shocked many restless forces, and no one dared to spread those rumors. At the same time, Kim people immediately sent an oath to all the allies in the heavenly region to fight against the opposing forces. This move of the Kim people was to prevent those forces in other regions from acting rashly. Otherwise, the Kim people would unite with their allies to deal with them. Of course, they wouldn't let go of the fact that they had killed elder Kim people. The Kim people called back all the forces in the outside world, and the opposing forces also took action to prevent the Kim people from taking revenge. After resting for a few days, Ling Xiao finally set off for the wood grain race again. However, Ling Xiao was willing to send the colorful exquisite tree back to the wood grain race, but he naturally had a request. He asked the colorful exquisite tree for some exquisite leaves and exquisite qi, so that he could pass it on to others in the future. After all, there was only one of the 9 great divine trees, and it was not easy to get something from them. Ling Xiao had never been a person who was willing to suffer losses. If he didn't take advantage of the situation, then he wouldn't be him. This time, Ling Xiao didn't need to bring Yang Hai to the wood grain race. With his identity, he had long been recognized by the wood grain race. Ling Xiao had delivered the 9-colored exquisite god tree to the wood grain race, so he had naturally become their best friend and most honored guest. Some undying elders of the wood grain race came out and said that when Ling Xiao needed their help, they would use all forces of their race to help him. They had even given Ling Xiao a lot of divine materials of their race as a reward. Ling Xiao wouldn't be polite to them. This colorful exquisite divine tree was much more precious than all the divine materials they had given him. At the same time, Ling Xiao had made an agreement with them that if Kim people or he needed their help one day, they would absolutely not delay it. Although the wood grain race lived in seclusion, they knew the big events out there. Of course, they couldn't refuse Ling Xiao's request. With this promise, Ling Xiao could ease his mind. Today, he was going to do something big. It was time to exterminate the Dark Shadow clan. As long as the Dark Shadow clan wasn't exterminated, Ling Xiao couldn't rest easy. He wanted to keep them as the whetstone for the Soul clan's descendants. However, he had to do it earlier. Inside the Heaven territory, he couldn't let any expert at the Supreme Incipient God realm take action. It would destroy the living environment of the Heaven territory. Once they did that, all the experts at the Supreme Incipient God realm in the Heaven territory would hunt them down. Even if Ling Xiao had endless competence and he was confident, he didn't want to break the rules like this. About how to exterminate the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao had a perfect plan. Ling Xiao arrived in the sky near the Dark Shadow clan. He didn't release any aura, so no one could sense his arrival. "Get out!" Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Right after that, he soared through the sky, flying to outer space. He stood there quietly as if waiting for someone to arrive. After a while, a shadow also soared through the sky, landing in outer space. "Greetings, Master." That man bowed to Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, this man was one of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets. However, ordinary people didn't know who he was. He was Ying Li, the supreme expert of the Dark Shadow clan who had fought against Ling Xiao. He and Ying Fu wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had controlled him. After Ling Xiao had controlled him, he didn't keep him by his side. Instead, he asked him to return to the Dark Shadow clan to monitor their movements. If Ling Xiao had been in the Heaven territory when the Dark Shadow clan had launched the attack, Ying Li would have come to report the news. Today, Ling Xiao wanted to exterminate the Dark Shadow clan. Of course, he needed Ying Li to report the situation of the Dark Shadow clan so that he could make arrangements. According to Ying Li's report, after the battle 2 months ago, the forefather of the Dark Shadow clan was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that Kim people could be that powerful. He had a top-grade ancient god weapon that could kill so many supreme experts with one strike. In that battle, the Dark Shadow clan also lost some supreme experts at Incipient God realm. Now, they had used all the resources of their clan. At most, they had 15 supreme experts at incipient god realm. Besides Ying Li, there were 2 high-level supreme experts, and the rest were at the middle or low level. There were many people at the king god realm and above, about 300 or 400. Originally, there were only around 200 people. However, Ying Ma had returned and taken out the treasures he had collected for many years. He had increased many king god realm experts and several supreme experts at incipient god realm. The others weren't in Ling Zhao's calculations. After all, Ling Zhao could kill anyone below the king god realm at any time. Besides them, there were several supreme experts of the Beastmen clan in the Dark Shadow clan. Ying Ma Li had used some rare treasures to entice them to stay and guard the clan. At the same time, Ying Li also knew something important. The Dark Shadow clan had shown signs of submitting to the Demon Tiger clan. Ying Ma was considering whether to move the clan to the Heaven Tiger area. He was afraid that the Kim people would come to take revenge. However, this was a big event. Ying Ma couldn't be careless. Many people in the clan opposed it. Ying Ma was also hesitant. After understanding the situation, Ling Zhao immediately asked Ying Li to return to the Dark Shadow clan. He took out the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone and planned to set up a great formation here. He would wait for the incipient god realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan to come. As long as he could kill these supreme experts at incipient god realm, even if he came to the Dark Shadow clan to kill all of them, it wouldn't disturb the other forces' incipient god realm experts. The great formation set up by the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone would fall into the enemy's hands if they didn't have some extraordinary skills. They would never be able to escape the illusion of the formation. I don't know how many people Ying Li can bring here. I hope Ying Ma can do it himself. Capturing him is the same as capturing half of the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Zhao sat in front of the Fantasy Eye Mirror Stone and muttered. At this moment, he didn't have a bit of pity in his heart. The Dark Shadow clan must be destroyed to pay for the death of the Kim people's ancestor. Not long after that, Ying Li came with the incipient god realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. Ying Li, you said that the Kim people came here. Where are they? Ying Xuanan, a high-level supreme expert of the Dark Shadow clan, looked around and asked. 4 other supreme experts came with him. 2 of them were at the middle level and 2 were at the low level. Ying Li pointed at Ling Zhao and said, "Look, isn't he over there? He came alone. Let's go and capture him." Ying Xuanan and the others looked at Ling Zhao's direction. All of a sudden, a flow of illusory energy rippled, attacking their minds and making them fall into an illusion. Only 5 people came. Seems like I have to spend more effort. Ling Zhao was a little discontented. The 5 supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan in front of him had lost themselves in the illusory formation. They had started to attack each other crazily. Ling Zhao didn't want to waste time. His god soul clones flew out and started to deal with them quickly. He wanted to lure the other supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan to control or kill them one by one. There was no suspense at all. In less than 2 hours, the 5 of them had been beaten half to death by Ling Zhao. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Ling Zhao first restrained Ying Xuanan, who was the strongest among them. Then he took down the others. As long as they didn't die, no one in the Dark Shadow clan would know anything. After Ling Zhao controlled them, he waited for them to recover their god power and bodies. Then he sent Ying Xuanan back to the Dark Shadow clan to lure the others here. Ying Xuanan's competence was much stronger than Ying Li's. Of course, his words carried more weight. Finally, Ying Ma and the other supreme experts were lured to outer space. Ling Zhao looked at Ying Ma and the others through the illusory eye mirror stone. He smiled sinisterly and said, "It's time to end all of this." However, Ling Zhao didn't expect that when Ying Ma and the others stepped into this illusory formation, there was a beast man who could see through all the illusions of this illusory formation. Chapter 1590. In the Beastmen race, the most numerous races are the Bearmen, the Werewolves, and the Serpents. Apart from the Bearmen race, the Werewolves race was also invited by the Shadow Horse. There are a total of 5 people. Among them, 3 are from the Bearmen race, and 2 are from the Werewolves race. Among these 5 people, one of the werewolves is a high-level supreme being. He also has the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf, and has the unique Heavenly Wolf eye. The Heavenly Wolf is the top wolf imperial family among all the wolf beasts. It has the noblest bloodline, and is a wild beast like the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Wolf eye is unique. The Heavenly Wolf eye can see through all nothingness, and see through all evil things. The illusion formation that Ling Xiao laid down still couldn't escape the Heavenly Wolf eye divine light of the werewolf. Good fella, you actually laid down such a big formation, but it's useless. Watch me break it. The werewolf roared and immediately attacked in all directions, destroying all the small illusion eyes that Ling Xiao laid down. Ling Xiao was still waiting in front of the illusion eye mirror stone to watch a good show, but he didn't expect to find that all the illusion eyes that he laid down were destroyed. Hey, you can actually break my illusion formation, Ling Xiao said with some surprise. He wasn't worried at all. He didn't only have one trick in the illusion formation. Motherf asterisk cur, it's you again, you stinking brat. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a human. The shadow horse immediately swept his gaze over Ling Xiao and roared. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The shadow horse absolutely didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. However, Ling Xiao also wasn't afraid of the shadow horse. He had already forced this person to retreat twice in a row. He absolutely couldn't let him escape the third time. All of Ling Xiao's puppets had already appeared, surrounding Shadow Horse and the others. Every time it saw Ling Xiao's people, the Shadow Horse almost wanted to vomit blood. Every time he went out to fight, he brought such a group of people. Wasn't this clearly bullying the few with numbers? Shadow Horse knew that this was one aspect of the soul race that people feared. They could control countless puppets, and it was indeed anyone's nightmare. Shadow Horse's 8 spears reappeared, but before he could launch his most powerful attack, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already everywhere, attacking him crazily, forcing him to immediately enter a defensive state. After all, no one from the Winged Clan could reveal Ling Xiao's figure this time. Wolfhead, come help me. The 8 flag spears of the Shadow Horse kept circling around him, creating many wind blades, which made it impossible for Ling Xiao's divine soul to get close. These 8 banner spears were high-grade supreme divine artifacts, and the Shadow Horse was powerful, so its might was naturally extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul strength wasn't weak, he naturally wouldn't be able to restrain him. The wolf head was a high-grade werewolf with the heavenly wolf eyes. He couldn't reveal Ling Xiao's body, but he could see the existence of Ling Xiao's divine soul. This werewolf's eyes were fierce, and its body was as strong as an ancient god artifact. It tore a mid-grade supreme being in half, let out a long howl, and rushed towards Ling Xiao's divine soul clone. Ling Xiao originally wanted to let the high-grade puppet stop him, but after thinking about it, he decided to use his real body to stop the werewolf. Ling Xiao's real body erupted with 70 times the combat power, causing his strength to reach the peak of the mid-grade. When he attacked with the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art, ordinary high-grade supreme beings wouldn't be a match for him. However, this werewolf could also transform. His originally humanoid body was now covered in golden fur. His figure grew a few meters taller, and his human head turned into a ferocious wolf's head. His strength also instantly increased by several times. "Who do you think you are to stop me?" That Wolf-Eye shouted, and instantly swung out an extremely domineering golden fist. Its strength was actually close to the late-stage high-grade supreme being. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he quickly withdrew his determination to fight head-on. His Tempest movement art turned into a storm, and countless footprints with incomparably dense corrosive black wind shrouded Wolf-Eye. Ling Xiao's Tempest movement art could be said to be the fastest movement art in the world. With his current strength, even Wolf-Eye would have a hard time tracking his existence. Countless footprints trampled over, and numerous black wind blades attacked continuously, making it impossible to guard against them. Wolf-Eye originally wanted to fight barehanded, but the black wind blades corroded his golden fur, causing him to lose quite a bit. He had no choice but to take out his spiked mace to fight. Wolf-Eye's strength was still very strong, and it wasn't difficult for him to break free from Ling Xiao's restraint. However, Ling Xiao had summoned Xiao Qiaocong to attack Wolf Eye together with him. Wolf Eye couldn't support the Shadow Horse. As long as they could stall the Shadow Horse, Ling Xiao's other puppets could besiege and kill the other incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan and the Beastmen clan. However, these two clans were the ancient clans, and they had secret techniques that ordinary supreme beings couldn't compare to. Their fighting competence was extraordinary. Luckily, Ling Xiao had many puppets. Basically, it was 3 against 1, and they still had the upper hand. However, the other high-grade supreme master of the Shadow Nether clan took out a great killing weapon that had been passed down from the ancient times of the Shadow Nether clan. It was called the Shadow Divine Sword. Although the dim Shadow Divine Sword wasn't as intimidating as the Golden Dragon Altar of Kim people, it had the power to slash everything. If it wasn't a top-grade ancient god weapon, no other divine weapon could resist its brutal power. This high-level supreme being was the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. With the dim Shadow Divine Sword, he had killed a high-level supreme being, a mid-level supreme being, and 3 low-level supreme beings, which had reduced the number of puppets on Ling Xiao's side. You want to destroy our Dark Shadow clan? You're not qualified. The chief of the Dark Shadow clan released his divine power. He held the divine sword and slashed the other puppets. However, it was difficult for him to fight alone. Among Ling Xiao's dozens of supreme martial artist puppets, there were 6 high-level supreme martial artists. Apart from Chao Tsong and the one who had been killed, there were 4 others. If 2 of them attacked him, it would be difficult for him to save the others. The Shadow Horse had brought more than 10 supreme beings, but in just a blink of an eye, they had lost 10 of them. Ling Xiao's side had lost more than 20 people. After all, the Dark Shadow clan and the Beast clan had extraordinary battle prowess. Even if they died, they could drag 1 or 2 people to the grave with them. Ling Xiao's real body and Xiao Qiaocong attacked the Wolf Eye. The battle was also very fierce. The Wolf Eye was strong, and his body was not weaker than Ling Xiao's. Under the joint attack of the 2 people, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This was because the Shadow Horse didn't care about anything and wanted to escape. If they let him escape again, he would definitely become a big scourge for the Kim people in the future. Next time, he would definitely have more sinister plots to plot against the people of the Kim people. At that time, it would be difficult to capture or kill him again. Go over there and perish together with him. Ling Xiao issued an order. Several supreme puppets, which were already heavily injured, flew in the direction of the Shadow Horse. In the outer realms, Ling Xiao had made the supreme puppets explode to scare away the Shadow Horse. Now, he was using the same trick again. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could injure him severely and capture him with his divine soul. The Shadow Horse had been in a defensive state the whole time. When it suddenly saw several people flying towards it, it immediately became vigilant. Looking at the other party's disregard for everything, it knew that something bad had happened. Damn it! It's impossible to kill me! The Shadow Horse roared and quickly fled. It was determined not to die with these people. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul used the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. 5 dragons become 1. 5 dragons of different colors blocked all of the Shadow Horse's escape routes and madly attacked it. As long as the Shadow Horse was prevented from escaping, it would definitely die. However, the Shadow Horse wanted to escape, and no one could stop it. The 8 flags become 1 and directly fled in one direction. The divine armor on its body blocked many attacks, causing Ling Xiao's puppets to be unable to encircle it. Even if they exploded, they couldn't injure it. Everyone, retreat. In the future, we will definitely slaughter all of the Kim people. The Shadow Horse completely gave up. It, a peak supreme martial artist, was actually forced to flee without being able to do anything. It was so agitated that it wanted to vomit blood. This couldn't be helped. After all, Ling Xiao's divine soul was so strong that it could contend against any peak supreme martial artist. It naturally wouldn't be easy for it to play a role. With Ling Xiao's speed, it wasn't easy for him to catch up to the Shadow Horse. After all, The Shadow Horse was a peak supreme martial artist and had the help of the Shadow secret technique. Yet, it still watched helplessly as he escaped into the endless void. The Shadow Horse's stealthy escape completely frightened the remaining people. They didn't want to continue fighting and all wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give them too many chances. His divine soul clone sneaked behind the Dark Shadow Clan patriarch and directly used the twin wind dragons to pierce through his defense. That destructive power immediately tortured him, making him hover between life and death. The Dark Shadow Clan patriarch seemed to have lost his mind. He used the last of his strength, and the Dark Shadow Divine Sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows that swept out in all directions. It directly slashed the divine bodies of 2 high-level supreme martial artists and also affected 5 or 6 other supreme martial artists. This move was his last desperate attack. He already had the thought of dying. Come on. I want to kill all of you and drag you to the grave with me. The Dark Shadow Clan patriarch didn't care about his injuries and crazily used his energy to attack in all directions. Ling Xiao's divine soul didn't dare to approach, afraid that it would be swept by the Dark Shadow Divine Sword. What a good divine weapon. It's best if it belongs to me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke. Then he ordered several low-level supreme martial artists to self-detonate, blowing up the Dark Shadow Clan patriarch's face. Just as he was about to forcefully recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul attacked again, directly blowing up his head and swallowing his divine soul. Then, Ling Xiao held the Dark Shadow Divine Sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, the Dark Shadow Divine Sword's soul was born. It actually wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's grasp and slashed at Ling Xiao. You want to hurt me with just a mere soul? Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. He directly used his powerful energy to suppress this arrogant soul. Then he said gloomily, "Submit to me. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing your intelligence." Divine weapons had spirits. Naturally, there were some special methods that could erase their spirits. It was just that the grade of the weapon would be affected. If this Dark Shadow Divine Sword wasn't willing to submit, Ling Xiao would also use this method. It was much better than leaving it alive to devour its master. The Dark Shadow Divine Sword kept struggling. Ling Xiao ignored it. A drop of blood fell on its blade. Chapter 1591. A drop of Ling Xiao's blood turned into a blood dragon that rushed into the Dim Shadow Divine Sword. The artifact soul of the Dim Shadow Divine Sword soared out, wanting to repel this bit of blood essence, not allowing it to taint its artifact soul. You still dare to resist? Ling Xiao's words were like thunder. He held the Dim Shadow Divine Sword in his hand, and the heaven flame burned towards the soul. The artifact soul revealed a look of fear. It believed that if this flame was refined for 49 days, and then tempered again, its artifact soul might really be erased by this person. Ling Xiao's blood essence transformed into a dragon and swooped towards the tool soul, which was still in a daze. The artifact soul could have used the sword chi to expel Ling Xiao's blood essence. But it knew that if it did so, it would be erased. I am willing to submit. The Dim Shadow Divine Sword's soul finally compromised. It already had intelligence and knew that it couldn't do anything. It could only choose to submit. At least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Following that, the blood no longer attacked the soul, but instead entered the soul and established a connection with it. The Dim Shadow Divine Sword now belonged to Ling Xiao. The soul said to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Ha, good, Dim Shadow Divine Sword, your name is Dim Shadow. I won't change your name, but you have to remember, I am your master. The Dark Shadow Clan will no longer exist." Ling Xiao held the Dim Shadow Divine Sword and swung it a few times. Several tens of thousands of meters of space cracks immediately appeared. That power was extremely terrifying. This was a top wind-type ancient god artifact. It could increase the destructive power of the wind blades. It was not something ordinary high-grade ancient god artifacts could compare to. Just like his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, It was one of the most important ancient god artifacts. However, it couldn't compare to the Golden Dragon altar of the Kim people. After all, the Golden Dragon altar was the accumulation of the Kim people's destiny and the blood of many clansmen. Its power was already at the peak of ancient god artifacts. Of course, the Golden Dragon altar still had a way to survive. To use it, one had to have the pure blood of the Kim people. Only then could one display its supreme power. Not everyone could use it. Now, in this world, the people that the Shadow Horse had brought with it were almost completely annihilated. Only the Wolf Eyes were still fighting Ling Zhao's real body and Cao Cao. He was very strong. If Cao Cao fought him alone, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the wolf teeth. Ling Zhao's divine soul wielded the phantom god sword, and he shouted, "Get out of my way!" Ling Zhao's true body moved away. Cao Cao didn't dare disobey his orders, so he retreated. "I was waiting for you to come." The wolf eyes stared at Ling Zhao's soul. Two balls of divine light shot out from the wolf eyes, shooting straight at Ling Zhao's soul. The power of this divine eye was relatively strong, and the timing of its attack was also perfect. Ordinary high-level supreme beings would not be able to dodge it. However, Ling Zhao's soul had reached the mid-level of high-level supremes, and his battle prowess was 70 times higher. He was infinitely close to a peak supreme being, and with the shadow sword in hand, he didn't have to worry about being hit by the divine eyes. He cried out in surprise. The phantom sword danced rapidly and immediately sent the two divine eyes flying. At the same time, he slashed at the wolf eyes with his sword. The sword tore through the air, and the sword light tore through the sky. The wolf eyes stared at the sword solemnly. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, he raised his mace to meet the sword. Clang. The peak mid-grade ancient god mace was cut in half, and the wolf eyes was forced back from head to toe. Blood splashed everywhere. Ling Zhao's sword shook, and countless wind blades appeared, shredding the two halves of the wolf eyes into drops of blood. Wolf Eye, a high-level supreme martial artist, was killed by Ling Zhao's divine soul. The power is not bad. Before my golden dragon spear and ice and fire swords reach the high level, you can provide me with more help. Ling Zhao laughed wildly. After this battle, the supreme experts of the Dark Shadow clan were all killed, and the number of supreme puppets under Ling Zhao's control was reduced by more than half. Including the Dark Shadow clans Ying Xuanan and the others, there were less than 30 of them left. However, he didn't feel sorry for these puppets. They were under his control, and their fates were already in his hands. The next step was to completely kill the Dark Shadow tribe. Ling Zhao controlled the great elders of the Dark Shadow tribe and ordered them to return to the tribe. He summoned many members of the Dark Shadow tribe back to their territory and slaughtered them one by one. As for the Shadow Horse, Ling Zhao believed that he had escaped to the Heavenly Tiger area or the outer space. He was a little worried that the next time this unkillable guy made a comeback, he or his Jin clan might be a great threat. However, since the person had already escaped, he had no way of chasing after him. He could only ask his clansmen to guard against him. If they met again in the future, they would kill him. 3 days later, tens of thousands of members of the Dark Shadow tribe were killed by their great elders. They died with their eyes open. Even in death, they still couldn't understand why the founding elder would harm them. Ling Zhao didn't have any pity. In this world, the winner was king, and the loser was the thief. When the Dark Shadow clan annihilated the Soul clan that year, they had never thought about sparing the others. Today, it was just the result of the cycle of cause and effect. Ling Zhao landed in the Dark Shadow clan's territory and confiscated all their belongings. Then he released a heaven flame to burn all the corpses. It was the last time he had sent them off. All the members of the Dark Shadow clan and the Demon Soul clan were killed or expelled. Only the ordinary warriors and civilians were left in the city. After the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the news exploded in the Demon Soul clan. The people in the Sky Dragon domain quickly received the news, and everyone was in an uproar. The Dark Shadow clan was one of the ancient clans in the antiquity. Although they had declined for so many years, They still had experts at incipient god realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to challenge the Kim people. However, after the battle with the Kim people, their clan was annihilated after 3 months. They were so shocked. At the same time, they doubted whether it was the work of the Kim people or the leaders of the Dragon Gate. Whether it was true or not, most of them thought that it had something to do with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The forces that wanted to harm the Kim people or the Dragon Gate were frightened. They didn't dare to spread rumors or mention anything related to Ling Xiao or the Soul Clan. In the Heavenly Dragon area, the leaders of the Divine Axe Gang used to attack the Kim people. After they received the news, they became tense. Because of this, their gang had a civil war. Moreover, the sword-washing manor felt lucky that they didn't attack the Kim people or the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep their position as the number 2 for 10,000 years. Staying in the Dark Shadow Clan's territory, Ling Xiao started to check the precious divine materials he had collected. Among them, the richest were the treasures in the spatial ring of the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan and the treasures in the storage room of the clan. These divine materials were mainly of the wind class. Many of them were useful to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left some puppets of the Dark Shadow Clan to guard this place. After the commotion died down, he would move the descendants of the Soul Clan here. It would be a complete home for them. As for the Divine Axe Gang that had participated in killing the Kim people, the Dragon Gate would deal with them. He believed that the Dragon Gate sect had made a decision. At that time, they would join hands with the archenemy of the Divine Axe Gang, the Sun and Moon sect, to deal with them. Ling Xiao left the Dark Shadow Clan and headed directly to the Chaotic Burial Space. It was time for him to go back and collect all the puppets in the Chaotic Burial Space. Those puppets could be used to protect the Soul Clan. They could also be used to attack the Beastmen Clan, the Winged People Clan, and the Demon Tiger Clan. Ling Xiao rode the ghost and flew to the Chaotic Burial Space. From a distance, this space looked so intimidating. It was like a hole that could swallow the sky. Any king god would die if they got sucked in. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. It wasn't easy for him to survive after getting sucked in. Ling Xiao retrieved the ghost and walked into this chaotic area. Many explosive energies started to fall on him. Previously, he had used the lie of the God King to walk freely in this place. Today, his body could be compared to an ancient god weapon. He wouldn't get hurt. Relying on the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he dashed towards the chaotic burial space. It used to take several years to reach this place. But now, it only took him half a month to get there. The ancient coffins were still there. Waves of death chi still diffused. When Ling Xiao arrived, he released all of his god's soul energy. Right after that, the gods, demons, and demon corpses walked out of the ancient coffins. They bowed to greet Ling Xiao as if they were meeting their king. There were several thousand of them. Each of them had the competence of a high-level king god. Many of them were at half-incipient god realm, and around 200 of them were at the Great Master realm. These were the great formations that Hun Feng had set up here after his death. He had lured many people here to control them. Only the peak of Great Master realm experts like him could do this. From now on, the name of Chaotic Burial Space doesn't exist anymore. Ling Xiao sighed and retrieved all the puppets. As for the formations contained within these ancient coffins, Ling Xiao had also completely erased them, no longer allowing them to exist in this world. After all, he had reincarnated once. He had received the inheritance. It was useless to leave them here. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. Instead, he turned in another direction to explore. He always felt that this space had some perilous areas. Perhaps he could find something there. Unfortunately, after wandering around here for 2 months, he discovered that there were only some spatial turbulences. Occasionally, he would come across some remnant bones or relics, but they weren't of much use to him. Ling Xiao got out of the chaotic burial space and went straight to the top of the 9th heaven. He got out of the outer space and returned to the Dragon Gate. When he got back to the Dragon Gate had mobilized many forces to join hands with the Sun and Moon sect to annihilate the Divine Axe Gang. Ling Xiao didn't want to join them. However, when some people came, he had to change his mind. Chapter 1592. The Godly Axe Gang was one of the super forces in the Sky Dragon area. It ranked third after the Sword Cleansing Manor, above the Sun Moon Sect and the Blazing Flame Merchants. The founder of the Godly Axe Gang was a god who claimed to be the descendant of Pangu. He had inherited the sky-opening axe technique, which had 72 moves. Actually, after the 72 moves, there were 9 ultimate moves. The sky-opening axe technique was one of the ancient god techniques. Its power was endless. Their divine axe gang had once produced a character on the sovereign list, but he had disappeared for many years and hadn't appeared in the world for many years. The Godly Axe Gang had a legacy of more than 200,000 years. From a small faction to what it was today, it had experienced many things that the outside world didn't know. Originally, they had always been a low-profile sect. However, with the emergence of a few new sovereigns and the addition of quite a few god kings in recent years, they began to act arrogantly, as if they did not take the other sects seriously at all. At the same time, they had a bad relationship with the neighboring Sun Moon sect. They seemed to want to swallow the Sun Moon sect. However, recently, they had joined hands with the supremes of the Dark Shadow clan to provoke the Kim people. Now, they knew that the number 1 ancient clan, which had always been low-key, had a formidable competence. As the Dark Shadow clan was destroyed, the Godly Axe Gang finally recognized that they had poked the hornet's nest. Their gang was in chaos. Many of them wanted to confess to the Kim people so that the Kim people wouldn't come and destroy them. They weren't their opponents. There was another group that wanted to fight. They didn't want to compromise with the Kim people. They wanted to unite the other forces to fight to the end. They believed that the Kim people wouldn't let both sides suffer. No matter what attitude the Godly Axe Gang had, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had started to prepare. They were about to attack the Godly Axe Gang. If they didn't respond, the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area would become the others' laughingstock. Their position would be questioned. When Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, his family and his sect were preparing. They couldn't be careless in the battle between the 2 top forces. Besides the incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts would join the battle. This battle represented many things. It would attract all the people in the Heaven territory. Therefore, in this battle, Dragon Gate could only win. Ling Xiao didn't want to participate in this battle. After all, if he went out to kill other forces, how could he show the power of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate? How could he train the younger generation? However, there were many people from Dragon Gate who came to help, and all of them came because of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, they naturally couldn't be bothered to get involved. These people included the representatives of the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the representatives of the Medicine Guild of the Heaven Source region, the Lotus Cult of the Profound Sky region, the Shao family, and the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Flame Clan, and the Barbarian Tribe of the Heaven Sparrow region. Except for the Blazing Flame Merchants Association, the other forces had sent 2 or 3 experts at Incipient God Realm. It didn't look like a lot, but each of them at the Incipient God Realm wasn't something 100 King God Realm experts could compare to. These people had come when Ling Xiao entered the chaotic grave space. They all came because of Ling Xiao. Even when the great elder of the Kim people, Ling Qiu, came out to greet him, they just greeted him politely. They didn't have a deep relationship. However, they all expressed the same thing. They all came to find Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the Medicine God Peak, he felt many different auras, some of which were familiar to him. A shadow flew out from the peak and said, "Peak Lord, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, the sect would have sent people to find you." This person was Yang Hai, who had reached the middle level of the Great Master Realm. Who has come to the mountain? Ling Xiao asked. "You can tell me when you get to the peak." "They came to find your friends," said Yang Hai. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Yang Hai back to the main hall of the mountain. "Ah kid, you're finally back. You made everyone wait for a long time." Great Elder Ling Qiu laughed. At this time, Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the hall. There were many familiar faces. Lai Fen and Lai Ruyu of the Blazing Flame Merchants, 3 Supremes of the Medicine Guild and Yen Dai Jiao, 2 Supremes of the Lotus Cult, Xiao Jingren and Xiao Ling of the Xiao family, Dugu Jin and Xia Xianxian of the Thousand Beast Alliance, 2 supremes of the Fire Clan, 1 supremes of the Xinyu family, Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangma. The women present were all beautiful like flowers, each with their own merits, adding a lot of color to the hall. Besides these women, the people Ling Xiao was most familiar with were Lai Yan, Xiao Jingren, and Dugu Jin. He hadn't seen the others, but he had met 1 or 2 of them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greetings to the representatives of the various forces. Ling Xiao didn't know you were coming. I apologize. Ling Xiao said apologetically after returning to his seat as the Peak Lord. Kid, you sure are carefree. You always come and go like a ghost. You haven't come to see Xian, and this old man all these years. Do you think an apology is enough? Dugu Jin didn't bother being polite with Ling Xiao and said directly. Old Master Dugu Jin had already broken through to the high-level supreme martial artist realm. He looked even more like an immortal, and his mental state was very full. Old man, you must be joking. You know that I have a lot of people to deal with. I was attacked right after I returned from the outer realm. I had to do something. Otherwise, people would think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully. Ling Xiao laughed. Kid, you destroyed the Dark Shadow clan alone, didn't you? Lai Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao, their gazes filled with a strange light. Some people will jump around even more happily if you don't teach them a lesson. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Although Ling Xiao didn't say it out loud, it was still a response. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine that a single person could annihilate an entire ancient clan. How frightening was this ability? He, Vice Hall Master, is right. Our alchemy guild has always been kind to others. However, we won't let anyone bully us. Yen Dai Jiao of the Alchemy Guild said with a bell-like voice. Yen Dai Jiao's voice was like the chirping of an oriole. It was like the blooming of 100 flowers. It made people feel comfortable. At the same time, it contained the anger of a superior. Now that Yen Dai Jiao had been announced as the next Hall Master by the Alchemy Guild, her words carried a lot of weight. The people present didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a high position in the Alchemy Guild. He could actually make a future Hall Master speak for him like this. Moreover, he even brought people to help him. They all realized that Ling Xiao's position as the Alchemy Guild's honorary Vice Hall Master was not just in name. Ling Xiao forced a smile and looked at Yen Dai Jiao. He didn't think that she would directly come to Dragon Gate. He didn't know how to introduce her to the other women. She was also one of his women. Xiao, they're all your friends, and they're also friends of the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect. You have to treat them well, Ling Qiu said. He then added, recently, we've decided to go to war with the Godly Axe Gang, so you have to prepare well. We'll definitely let them know that the Jin clan and the Heavenly Dragon sect can't be bullied by just anyone. Ling Qiu's words had a double meaning. It meant that Ling Xiao had to participate in this battle. At the same time, it implied that as long as Ling Xiao participated, his friends would definitely go and help. Since Ling Qiu had said this in front of everyone, what else could Ling Xiao say? He could only nod in agreement. Whoever dares to bully a brat like you is going against this old man, Dugu Jin. Dugu Jin was the first to express his stance. Yen Dai Jiao also said, the Alchemy Guild and Dragon Gate are allies, and the Vice Hall Master is Dragon Gate's chief alchemy god. Our Alchemy Guild is willing to help Dragon Gate destroy the Godly Axe Gang. No one knew that Ling Xiao was Yin Dai Jiao's husband, but that didn't stop Yin Dai Jiao's deep feelings for Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu glanced at Yen Dai Jiao and said unwillingly, we, the Blazing Flame Merchants, are willing to help your sect destroy the Godly Axe Gang with the strength of the entire merchant union. Lai Ruyu used her woman's sixth sense to think, this woman definitely has something going on with that stinky guy. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of him? You want to snatch my man? No way. Yen Dai Jiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, and invisible sparks flew between the two women. The representatives of the other factions also expressed their willingness to support Dragon Gate. When Xianxia heard these words, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With these people's support, he could see the attitude of the other factions, and it would also reduce their casualties in this battle. This was definitely a good thing. As the person involved, Xiao naturally had to thank them one by one. He also understood the great elder's concerns. Immediately after, Xiao had sect Master Ling Feiwu personally prepare a banquet to entertain the representatives of the various factions. After a banquet that was suitable for both the host and the guest, Xiao left. He believed that Xiao would know what to do next. After Xiao sent everyone back to the guest courtyard, he once again expressed his gratitude to them. After exchanging some pleasantries with Xiao, the various factions returned to their respective rooms. Apart from Xiao, there were only Yan Daijiao, Lai Ruyu, Xiao Ling, Xia Xianxian, and Xin Xiangma. Stinky guy, where have you been all these years? You didn't even come to see me and senior sister Zijing. Lai Ruyu said to Xiao with a face full of hidden bitterness. Before Xiao could speak, Yan Daijiao took 2 steps forward and grabbed Xiao's arm. She looked at Lai Ruyu and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to say that about my husband?" Although Yan Daijiao was a heavenly goddess, she also had the attitude of a little woman. She definitely didn't want her husband to have any entanglements with too many women. Moreover, the women in front of her were all good-looking and had good family backgrounds. She had to show her identity first. "What? Woman, don't you have any shame? When did he become your husband?" Lai Ruyu was little chili pepper. She immediately said with dissatisfaction. "Hee, my husband and I have already bowed to heaven and earth and performed the ceremony of husband and wife. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Yan Daijiao said with a proud smile. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.